Section 41 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The House of Fame continued. Then saw I stand on either side, straight down unto the doors wide, from the dais many a pillar of metal that shone not full clear. But though they were of no riches, yet they were made for great noblesse, and in them great sentence. And folk of digna reverence, of which I will you tell a fand, upon the pillars saw I stand. Altar first low, there I sigh, upon a pillar stand on high, that was of lead and iron fine, him of the secta Saturnine, the Hebrew Josephus the old, that of Jewesses Gestus told, and he bare on his shoulders high all the fame up of jewelry, and by him stoodden other seven, full wise and worthy for to neven, to help him bearing up the charge, it was so heavy and so large. And for they writing of battailes, as well as other old marvelles, therefore was, lo, this pillar, of which that I you tell here, of lead and iron both you wis, for iron martes metal is, which that god is of bataille, and eke the lead without a fail, is lo the metal of Saturn, that hath full large wheel to turn. Then stood forth on either row of them which I coulda know, though I them not by order tell, to make you too long a dwell. These of the which I gin you read, there saw I standing out of dread, upon an iron pillar strong, that painted was all end along, with tiger's blood in every place, the tholosan that hight a stace, that bare of Thebes up the name upon his shoulders, and the fame also of cruel Achilles. And by him stood without a lease, full wondrous high on a pillar of iron he, the great Homer. And with him Darus and Detus before, and eke he, Lolius, and Guido eke de Calempnus, and English Gottfried eke you is, and each of these, as I have joy, was busy for to bear up Troy. So heavy thereof was the fame, that for to bear it was no game. But yet I gan full well espy, betwixt them was a little envy. One said that Homer made lies, feigning in his poetries, and was to the Greeks favorable. Therefore held he it was but a fable. Then saw I stand on a pillar that was of tinted iron clear, him the Latin poet Virgil, that borne hath up a long a while the fame of pious Aeneas, and next him on a pillar was, of copper, Venus' clerk Ovid, that hath Yesoen wondrous wide, the great god of love's fame. And there he bare up well his name, upon this pillar all so high, as I might see it with mine eye. For why? This hall whereof I read was waxen in height and length and breadth, well more by 1,000 deal than it was erst, that saw I well. Then saw I in a pillar by, of iron wrought full sternly, the great poet Dan Lucan, that on his shoulders bare up than, as high as that I might it see, the fame of Julius and Pompey. And by him stood all those clerks that write of Roma's mighty works, that if I would their names tell, all too long must I dwell. And next him on a pillar stood, of sulphur, like as he were wood, Dan Claudian, the sooth to tell, that bare up all the fame of hell, of Pluto and of Proserpine, that queen is of the darker pine. Why should I tell a more of this? The hall was alla full, you wis, of them that written olde guests, as be on trees rookes' nests. But it a full confused matter were all these guestes for to hear, that they of right and how they hight. But while that I beheld this sight, I heard a noise approach of Blythe, that fired as bees do in a hive, against their time of outflying. right such a manner murmuring, for all the world it seemed to me. Then gan I look about, and see that there came entering the hall a right great company withal, and that of sundry regions, of all kinds and conditions, that dwell in earth under the moon, both poor and rich. And all so soon as they were come into the hall, they gan adown on knees to fall before this ilka noble queen, and said, Grant us, Lady Sheen, each of us of thy grace a boon. And some of them she granted soon, and some she warned well and fair, and some she granted the contraire of their asking utterly. But this I say you truly, what that her cause was, I ne ist. For of these folk full well I wist, they had a good fame each deserved, although they were diversely served. Right as her sister, Dame Fortune, is wont to serven in commune. Now hearken how she gan to pay them that gan of her grace to pray, and right lo, all this company said a sooth, and not a lie. Madame, thus quoth they, we be folk that here beseech thee, that thou grant us now good fame, and let our workers have good name, in full recompensation of good work, give us good renown. I warn it you, quoth she anon, ye get of me good fame none, by God, and therefore go your way. Alas, quoth they, and well away. Tell us what may your cause be. For that it lists me not, quoth she. No wight shall speak of you wis, good nor harm, nor that nor this. And with that word she gan to call her messenger that was in hall, and bade that he should fast a goen, upon pain to be blind anon, for Aeolus, the god of wind. In Thrace there ye shall him find, and bid him bring his clarion, that is full diverse of his sound, and it is called clear aloud, with which he is wont to herald them that me list ye praised be, and also bid him how that he bring eke his other clarion, that hight slander in every town, with which he want is to defame them that me list, and do them shame. This messenger gan fast a goen, and found where, in a cave of stone, in a country that hight of Thrace, this Aeolus, with hard a grace, held the windes in distress, and gan them under him to press, that they began as bears to roar, he bound and pressed them so sore. This messenger gan fast to cry, Rise up, quoth he, and fast thee high, until thou at my lady be, and take thy clarions eke with thee, and speed thee forth. And he anon took to him one that hight Triton, his clarions to bear ado, and let a certain wind go, that blew so hideously and high, that it left not a sky in all the welkin long and broad. This Aeolus nowhere abode, till he was come to famous feet, and eke the man that Triton heat, and there he stood as still as stone. And therewithal there came anon another huge company of good folk, and gan to cry, Lady, grant us good a fame, and let our workers have that name, now in honor of gentleness, and also God your soul bless, for we have well deserved it, therefore is right we be well quit. As thrive I, quoth she, ye shall fail. Good workers shall you not avail, to have of me good fame as now. But wot you what, I grant you, that ye shall have a shrewder fame, and wicked loss, and worse a name. Though ye good loss have well deserved, now go your way, for ye be served. And now, Dan Aeolus, quoth she, take forth thy trump anon, let's see, that is ye called slander light, and blow the lows, that every wight speak of them harm and shrewdness, instead of good and worthiness. For thou shalt trump all the contraire of that they have done well and fair. Alas, thought I, what adventures have these sorry creatures, that they, among us all the press, should thus be shamed guiltless? But what, it must needes be. What did this Aeolus, but he took out his black a trump of brass, that fouler than the devil was, and gan this trumpet for to blow, as all the world to would overthrow. Throughout every region went this foul trumpet sound, as swift as pellet out of gun, when fire is in the powder run. And such a smoke gan outwind out of this foul trumpet's end, black, blue, greenish, swart, and red, as doth when that men melt lead. Lo, all on high from the Toul, and thereto one thing saw I well, that the farther that it ran, the greater waxen it began, as doth the river from a well, and it stank as the pit of hell. Alas, thus was their shame wrong, and guiltless on every tongue. Then came the third company, and gan up to the dais to high, and down on knees they fell anon, and said, We be every one folk that have full truly deserved fame right fully, and pray you that it may be know, right as it is, and forth ye blow. I grant it, quoth she, for me list, that now your gooda works be wist, and yet ye shall have better lows, in despite of all your foes, than worthy is, and that anon. Let now, quoth she, thy trumpet goen, thou Aeolus that is so black, and out thine other trumpet take, that height loud, and blow it so, that through the world their fame may go, easily and not too fast, that it be known at the last. Full gladly, lady mine, he said, and out of his trump of gold he brayed, anon, and set it to his mouth, and blew it east and west and south, and north as loud as any thunder, that every wight had of it wonder, so broad it ran ere that it stint. And certes all the breath that went out of his trumpet's mouth smelled, as men a pot of balm held, among a basket full of roses. This favor did he to their loses. And right with this I gan espy where came the fourth company, but certain they were wondrous few, and gan to standen in a row. And said, Certes, lady bright, we have done well with all our might, but we not keep to have fame, hide our workers and our name. For God is love, for certes we have surely done it for bounty, and for no manner other thing. I grant to you all your asking, quoth she, let your workers be dead. With that I turned about my head, and saw anon the fifth rout, that to this lady gan to lout, and down on knees anon to fall, and to her then besoughten all to hide their good workers eke, and said they gave not a leak for no fame, nor such renown, for they for contemplation, and God is love had you wrought, nor of fame would they have aught. What, quoth she, and be ye wood? And weeny ye for to do good, and for to have of that no fame? Have ye despite to have my name? Nay, ye shall lie every one, blow thy trump and that anon. Quoth she, Thou Aeolus, I hote, and ring these focus works by note, that all the world may of it hear. And he gan blow their low so clear within his golden clarion, that through the world went the sound, all so kindly and so soft, that their fame was blown aloft. And then came the sixth company, and gunning fast on fame to cry, right verily in this manner. They said, Mercy, lady dear, to tell us certain as it is, we have done neither that nor this, but idle all our life hath be. But natheless yet pray we, that we may have as good a fame, and great renown, and known name, as they that have done noble guests, and have achieved all their quests, as well of love as other thing. Always us never brooch nor ring, nor else aught from women sent, nor one is in their heart meant, to make us only friendly cheer, but mighta team us upon beer. Yet let us to the people seem, such as the world may of us deem, that women loving us for wood, it shall us do as much a good, and to our heart as much avail. The counterpoise, ease, and travail, as we had won it with labor. For that it is dearer bought honor, at the regard of our great ease. And yet ye must us more please. Let us be holden eke thereto, worthy and wise, and good also, and rich and happy unto love, for God is love that sits above. Though we may not the body have of women, yet so God you save, let men glue on us the name, suffice us that we have the fame. I grant her, quoth she, by my troth. Now Aeolus, without a sloth, take out thy trump of gold, quoth she, and blow as they have asked me, that every man wean them at ease, although they go in full bad lease. This Aeolus gan it so blow, that through the world it was, you know. Then came the seventh rout anon, and fell on knees every one, and said, Lady, grant us soon the same thing, the same boon, which this next folk you have done. Fie on you, quoth she, every one, ye nasty swine, ye idle wretches, full filled of rotten, slow touches. What, false thieves, ere you would be famous good, and nothing nold, deserve a why, nor never wrought, men rather you to hang a knot. For ye be like the sleepy cat, that would have fish, but knowest thou what? He would a no thing wet his claws. Evil thrift come to your jaws, and eke to mine, if I it grant, or do favor to you avaunt. Thou Aeolus, thou king of Thrace, go blow this folk a sorry grace. Quoth she, Anon, and knowest thou how? As I shall tell thee right now. Say these be they never would honor, have and do no kind of labor, nor do no good, and yet have laud, and that men ween that bell asod. Could them not of love wern, and yet she that grinds at the quern is all too good to ease their heart. This Aeolus anon upstart, and with his black clarion he gan to blazon out a sound, as loud as bellows wind in hell. And eke therewith the sooth to tell, this sound was so full of japes, as ever were mouse and apes. And that went all the world about, that every wight gan on them shout, and for to laugh as they were wood, such game found they in their hood. Then came another company that had done the treachery, the harm, and the great wickedness, that any hearta could guess, and prayed her to have good fame, and that she would do them no shame, but give them lose and good renown, and do it blow and clarion. Nay, wis, quoth she, it were a vice, all be there in me no justice. Me lista not to do it now, nor this will I grant to you. Then came there leaping in a rout, and gan to clapping all about, every man upon the crown, that all the hall began to sound. And said, Lady Leaf and dear, we be such folk as you may hear, to tellin all the tale aright, we be shewers every wight, and have delight in wickedness, as good a folk have in goodness, and joy to be knowing shrews, and full of vice and wicked thews. Wherefore we pray to you on a row, that our fame be such in all things right as it is. I grant it you, quoth she, you is. But what art thou that sayest this tale, that wearest on thy hose a pail, and on thy tippet such a bell? Madam, quoth he, sooth to tell, I am that ilka shrew you is, that burnt the temple of Vecidus, in Athena's lo that city. And wherefore didst thou so, quoth she? By my thrift, quoth he, madam, I would fain have had a name, as other folk had in the town, although they were of great renown for their virtue and their thews. Thought I, as great fame have shrews, though it be not, for shrewdness, as good folk have for goodness, and since I may not have the one, the other will I not foregoen. So for to get a famous hire, the temple set I all afire. Now do our loaves be blowing swithe, as wisely as thou ever blithe. Gladly, quoth she, thou, Aeolus, hearest thou what these folk prayin' us? Madam, I hear full well, quoth he, and I will trumpet it, pardie, and took as black a trumpet fast, and gan to puffin and to blast, till it was at the world's end. With that I gan about to wend, for one that stood right at my back, methought full goodly to me spake, and said, Friend, what is thy name? Art thou come hither to have fame? Nay, forsooth, friend, quoth I came not hither, grand mercy, for no such cause, by my head. Sufficeth me as I were dead, that no wight have my name in hand. I wot myself best how I stand, for what I dree or what I think, I will myself it alla drink, certain, for the more apart, as far forth as I know mine art. What doest thou here then, quoth he? Quoth I, that will I tell thee, the cause why I stand here is some new tidings for to lear. Some newer thing I know not what, tidings either this or that, of love or such a thing as glad. For certainly he that me made to come hither said to me I should have both a hear and see in this place wondrous things. But these be not such tidings as I meant of. No, quoth he? And I answered, No, pardie, for well I wot ever yet, since that first I had a wit, that some folks have desired fame, diversely and lose and name, but certainly I knew not how, nor where that fame dwelled, ere now, nor eke of her description, nor also her condition, nor the order of her doom, knew I not till I hither come. Why then, lo, be these tidings that thou now hither brings, that thou hast heard, quoth he to me. But now no force, for well I see what thou desirest for to lear. Come forth and stand no longer here, and I will thee, without a dread, into another place lead, where thou shalt hear many a one. Then gan I forth with him to goen, out of the castle, sooth to say. Then saw I stand in the valley, under the castle fast aby, a house, that domus Deodali, that labyrinthus called is, ne as made so wondrously you wis, nor half so quaintly was you wrought, and evermore as swift as thought, this quainte house about to went, then evermore it still astent, and there out came so great a noise, that had it stood upon oise, men might have heard it easily to Rome, I trow, sickerly. And the noise which I heard, for all the world right so it fared, as doth the routing of the stone that from the engine is let goin. And all this house of which I read was made of twigges, sallow, red, and green eke, and some were white, such as men to the cages twite, or maken of these panniers, or else hutches or dossers, that for the swaff and for the twigs, this house was all so full of gigs, and also full eke of chirkings, and of many other workings, and eke this house had of entries as many as leaves be on trees in summer when that they be green. And on the roof men met ye seeing 1,000 holes and well mow, to let the sounders out to go. And by day in every tide be all the doors open wide, and by night each one unshut, nor porter there is none to let no manner tidings into pace, nor ever rest is in that place, that it in is filled full of tidings, either loud or of whisperings, and ever all the house's angles are full of roundings and of jangles, of wars, of peace, of marriages, of rests, of labor, of voyages, of abode, of death, of life, of love, of hate, accord, of strife, of loss, of lore, and of winnings, of health, of sickness, of buildings, of fair weather and tempests, of qualm of folks and of beasts, of divers transmutations, of estates and of regions, of trust, of dread, of jealousy, of wit, of cunning, of folly, of plenty and of great famine, of cheap, of dearth and of ruin, of good or of misgovernment, of fire and diverse accident. And lo, this house of which I write, sicker be ye, it was not light, for it was 60 mile of length, all was the timber of no strength. Yet it is founded to endure, while that it is list to adventure, that is the mother of tidings, as is the sea of wells and springs, and it was shapen like a cage. Certes, quoth I, in all mine age, ne'er saw I such a house as this. And as I wondered me, you whiz, upon this house, then where was I, how that mine eagle, fast aby, was perched high upon a stone. And I gan straighta to him goin, and saida thus, I pray thee that thou a while abide o' me, for God is love, and let me see what wonders in this place be. For yet par entree I may lear some good thereon, or somewhat here, that lief me were ere that I went. Peter, that is mine intent, quoth he to me. Therefore I dwell, but certain one thing I thee tell, that but I bringe thee therein, thou shalt never can begin to come into it out of doubt, so fast it whirleth low about. But since that Jovis of his grace, as I have said, will thee solace, finally with these ilka things, these uncouth sightes and tidings, to pass away thy heaviness, such ruth hath he of thy distress, that thou sufferest debonairly, and knowest thyself utterly desperate of all of bliss, since that fortune hath made amiss the fruit of all thy heart's rest, languish and eke in point to breast. But he, through his mighty merit, will do thee ease, albeit light, and gave express commandment, to which I am obedient, to further thee with all my might, and wis and teacha thee aright. Where thou mayest most the tidings hear, shalt thou anon many one lear. And with this word he right anon hent me up betwixt his tawn, and at a window in me brought, that in this house was as methought. And therewithal methought it stent, and nothing it about a went, and set me in the floor down. But such a congregation of folk as I saw roam about, some within and some without, was never seen, nor shall be eft, that certes in the world na is left, so many formed by nature, nor dead so many a creature, that well aneathas in that place had I a foota breadth of space. And every wight that I saw there, rounded ever reach and others' ear, a new a tiding privily, or else told all openly, right thus, and saida, knowest not thou what is betid, lo, right enow? No, quoth he, tell me what. And then he told him this and that, and swore thereto that it was sooth. Thus hath he said, and thus he doeth, and thus shall it be, and thus heard I say, that shall be found that there I lay, that all the folk that is alive have not the cunning to describe. The thing is that I heard a there, what aloud and what in the ear, but all the wonder most was this. When one had heard a thing, you whiz, he came straight to another wight, and gan him tellin' anon right, the same tale that to him was told, or it a furlong way was old, and gan somewhat for to eke to this tiding in his speech, more than it ever spoken was. And not so soon departed Naaz, he from him, than that he met with the third, and ere he let any stound, he told him alls, were the tidings true or false. Yet would he tell it natheless, and evermore with more increase than it was erst. Thus north and south went every tiding from mouth to mouth, and that increasing evermo', as fire is wont to quick and go, from a spark you sprung amiss till all the city burnt up is. And when that it was full upsprung, and waxen more on every tongue than e'er it was, it went anon up to a window out to gone. Or but it might thereout pass, it gan creep out at some crevasse, and fly forth faster for the nonce. And sometimes saw I there at once a leasing and a sad sooth saw, that gan of adventure draw true saying, out at a window for to pace. And when they metten in that place, they were checked both the twa, and neither of them might outgo. For other so they gan to crowd, till each of them gan crying loud, Let me go first. Nay, but let me. And here I will ensure thee, with vows, if thou wilt do so, that I shall never from thee go, but be thine own sworn brother. We will us meddle each with other, that no man, be he ne'er so wroth, shall have one of us twa, but both at onest, as beside his leave, come we morning or at eve, be we cried or still yerounded. Thus saw I, false and sooth compounded, together fly for one tiding. Then out at holes gan to ring, every tiding straight to fame, and she gan to give each his name, after her disposition, and gave them eke duration, some to wax and wane soon, as doth the fairer white moon, and let them go. There might I see winged wonders full fast flee, 20,000 in a rout, as Aeolus them blew about. And Lord, this house in all the times was full of shipmen and pilgrims, with scrippes breadthful of leasings, entremeddled with tidings, and eke alone by themselves. And many thousand times 12 saw I eke of these pardoners, couriers, and eke messengers, with boistus crammed full of lies, as ever vessel was with lies. And as I alther fast went about, and did all mine intent, me for to play and for to lear, and eke a tiding for to hear, that I had heard of some country that shall not now be told for me. For it no need is readily, folk can sing it better than I. For all must out, or late or wrath, all the sheaves in the lath. I heard a great noise withal, in a corner of the hall, where men of love tidings told. And I gan thitherward behold, for I saw running every wight, as fast as that they had a might. And ever each cried, What thing is that? And some said, I know never what. And when they all were on a heap, those behind gan upleap, and clomb upon each other fast, and up the noise on high they cast, and trodden fast on others' heels, and stamped as men do after eels. But at the last I saw a man, which that I not describe can, but that he seemed for to be a man of great authority. And therewith I anon abraid, out of my sleepe, half afraid, remembering well what I had seen, and how high and far I had been in my ghost, and had great wonder of what the mighty God of thunder had let me know, and gan to write like as ye have me heard and dite. Wherefore to study and read alway I purpose to do day by day, and thus in dreaming and in game endeth this little book of fame. Here endeth the book of fame. End of section 41, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 42 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Troilus and Cressida. In several respects, the story of Troilus and Cressida may be regarded as Chaucer's noblest poem, larger in scale than any other of his individual works, numbering nearly half as many lines as the Canterbury Tales contain, without reckoning the two in prose. The conception of the poem is yet so closely and harmoniously worked out that all the parts are perfectly balanced, and from first to last scarcely a single line is superfluous or misplaced. The finish and beauty of the poem as a work of art are not more conspicuous than the knowledge of human nature displayed in the portraits of the principal characters. The result is that the poem is more modern in form and in spirit than almost any other work of its author. The chaste style and sedulous polish of the stanzas admit of easy change into the forms of speech now current in England, while the analytical and subjective character of the work gives it, for the 19th century reader, an interest of the same kind as that inspired, say, by George Eliot's wonderful study of character in Romola. Then, above all, Troilus and Cressida is distinguished by a purity and elevation of moral tone that may surprise those who judge of Chaucer only by the coarse traits of his time preserved in the Canterbury Tales, or who may expect to find here the Troilus and Cressida and the Pandarus of Shakespeare's play. It is to no trivial gallant, no woman of coarse mind and easy virtue, no malignantly subservient and utterly debased procurer that Chaucer introduces us. His Troilus is a noble, sensitive, generous, pure-souled, manly, magnanimous hero who is only confirmed and stimulated in all virtue by his love, who lives for his lady and dies for her falsehood in a lofty and chivalrous fashion. His Cressida is a stately, self-contained, virtuous, tender-hearted woman who loves with all the pure strength and trustful abandonment of a generous and exalted nature, and who is driven to infidelity perhaps even less by pressures of circumstances than by the sheer force of her love, which will go on loving what it can have, when that which it would rather have is for the time unattainable. His Pandarus is a gentleman, though a gentleman with a flaw in him, a man who, in his courtier-like good nature, places the claims of comradeship above those of honor, and plots away the virtue of his niece, that he may appease the love-sorrow of his friend, all the time conscious that he is not acting as a gentleman should, and desirous that others should give him that justification which he can get but feebly and diffidently in himself. In fact, the Troilus and Cressida of Chaucer is the Troilus and Cressida of Shakespeare transfigured. The atmosphere, the color, the spirit are wholly different. The older poet presents us in the chief characters two noble natures, the younger two ignoble natures in all their characters, and the poem with which we have now to do stands at this day among the noblest expositions of love's workings in the human heart and life. It is divided into 5 books containing altogether 8,246 lines. The first book, 1,092 lines, tells how Calchas, priest of Apollo, quitting beleaguered Troy, left there his only daughter, Cressida, how Troilus, the youngest brother of Hector and son of King Priam, fell in love with her at first sight at a festival in the temple of Pallas, and sorrowed bitterly for her love, and how his friend, Cressida's uncle, Pandarus, comforted him by their promise of aid in his suit. The second book, 1,757 lines, relates the subtle maneuvers of Pandarus to induce Cressida to return the love of Troilus, which he accomplishes mainly by touching at once the lady's admiration for his heroism and her pity for his love-sorrow on her account. The third book, 1,827 lines, opens with an account of the first interview between the lovers. Ere it closes, the skillful stratagems of Pandarus have placed the pair in each other's arms under his roof, and the lovers are happy in perfect enjoyment of each other's love and trust. In the fourth book, 1,701 lines, the course of true love ceases to run smooth. Cressida is compelled to quit the city in ransom for Antenor, captured in a skirmish, and she sadly departs to the camp of the Greeks, vowing that she will make her escape and return to Troy and Troilus within 10 days. The fifth book, 1,869 lines, sets out by describing the court which Diomedes, appointed to escort her, pays to Cressida on the way to the camp. It traces her gradual progress from indifference to her new suitor to incontinence with him, and it leaves the deserted Troilus dead on the field of battle, where he has sought an eternal refuge from the new grief provided by clear proof of his mistress's infidelity. The polish, elegance, and power of the style, and the acuteness of insight into character which mark the poem, seem to claim for it a date considerably later than that adopted by those who assign its composition to Chaucer's youth, and the literary allusions and proverbial expressions with which it abounds give ample evidence that, if Chaucer really wrote it at an early age, his youth must have been precocious beyond all actual record. Throughout the poem, there are repeated references to the old authors of Trojan histories who are named in the House of Fame, but Chaucer especially mentions one Lollius as the author from whom he takes the groundwork of the poem. Lydgate is responsible for the assertion that Lollius meant Boccaccio, and though there is no authority for supposing that the English really meant to designate the Italian poet under that name, there is abundant internal proof that the poem was really founded on the Filostrato of Boccaccio. But the tone of Chaucer's work is much higher than that of his Italian auctor, and while in some passages imitation is very close, in all that is characteristic in Troilus and Cressida, Chaucer has fairly thrust his models out of sight. In the present edition, it has been possible to give no more than about 1/4 of the poem, 274 out of the 1,178 7-line stanzas that compose it, but pains have been taken to convey in the connecting prose passages a faithful idea of what is perforce omitted. The first book. The double sorrow of Troilus to tell, that was the King Priamus' son of Troy, in loving how his adventures fell, from woe to weal, and after out of joy. My purpose is, ere I you partifroy, Tisiphone, thou help me to indite these woeful words that weep as I do write. To thee I call, thou goddess of torment, thou cruel wight, that sorrowest ever in pain. Help me, that am the sorry instrument that helpeth lovers, as I can, to plain. For well it sits, and sooth for to sayin, unto a woeful wight a dreary frere, and to a sorry tale a sorry cheer. For I, that God of love's servants serve, nor dare to love for mine unlikeliness, pray for speed, although I should starve, so far I am from his help in darkness, but natheless might I do yet gladness to any lover, or any love avail, have thou the thank, and mine be the travail. But ye lovers that breathen in gladness, if any drop of pity in you be, remember you for old past heaviness, for God is love, and on adversity that others suffer, think how sometimes ye found a how love durst you displease, or else you have won it with great ease. And pray for them that been in the case of Troilus, as ye may after hear, that love them bring in heaven to solace, and for me pray also, that God so dear may give me might to show, in some manner, such pain or woe as lovest folk endure in Troilus' unseelie adventure. And pray for them that eke be despaired in love, that never will recovered be, and eke for them that falsely be appaired through wicked tongues, be it he or she, or thus bid God for his benignity to grant them soon out of this world to pace, that be despaired of their love's grace. And bid also for them that be at ease in love, that God them grant perseverance, and send them might their love is so to please, that it to them be worship and pleasance, for so I hope my soul best to advance, to pray for them that love his servant be, and right their woe, and live in charity. And for to have of them compassion, as though I were their own brother dear. Now listen all with good intention, for I will go straight to my matter, in which ye shall the double sorrow hear of Troilus, and loving of Cressida, and how that she forsook him ere she died. In Troy during the siege dwell a lord of great authority, a great divine, named Calchas, who, through the oracle of Apollo, knew that Troy should be destroyed. He stole away secretly to the Greek camp, where he was gladly received and honored for his skill in divining, of which the besiegers hoped to make use. Within the city there was great anger at the treason of Calchas, and the people declared that he and all his kin were worthy to be burnt. His daughter, whom he had left in the city, a widow and alone, was in great fear for her life. Cressida was this lady's name, all right. As to my doom, in all Troy city, so fair was none, for over every wight, so angelic was her native beauty, that like a thing immortal seemed she, as sooth a perfect heavenly creature, that down seemed sent in scorning of nature. In her distress, well nigh out of her wit for pure fear, she appealed for protection to Hector, who, piteous of nature, and touched by her sorrow and her beauty, assured her of safety so long as she pleased to dwell in Troy. The siege went on, but they of Troy did not neglect the honor and worship of their deities, most of all of the relic hight Palladian, that was their trust above in every one. In April, when clothed is the mead with newe green of jolly ver, spring, the prime, the Trojans were to hold the festival of Palladian, crowding to the temple in all their best guise, lusty knights, fresh ladies, and maidens bright. Among the which was this Cressida, in widow's habit black, but natheless, right as our first letter is now A, in beauty first so stood she makeless, her goodly looking gladded all the press, was never seen thing to be praised dear, nor under black a cloud so bright a stare. As she was, as they saiden every one, that her beholden in her black a weed, and yet she stood full low and still alone, behind all other folk in little breed, and nigh the door under shame's dreed, simple of bearing, debonair of cheer, with a full sure looking and manner. Dan Troilus, as he was wont to guide his young Aconitas, led them up and down in that large temple upon every side, beholding the ladies of the town, now here, now there, for no devotion had he to none to reave him his rest, but gan to praise and lacka whom him lest. And in his walk full fast he gan to wait, if knight or squire of his company gan for to sigh, or let his eyen bait on any woman that he could espy, then he would smile and hold it a folly, and say him thus, Ah, Lord, she sleepeth soft, for love of thee, when as thou turnest oft. I have heard told, pardie, of your living, ye lovers, and your lewd observance, and what a labour folk have in winning of love, and in it keeping with doubtance. And when your prey is lost, woe and penance, O very foolish, may ye no thing see? Can none of you aware by other be? But the god of love vowed vengeance on Troilus for that despite, and showing that his bow was not broken, hit him at the full. Within the temple went he forth playing, this Troilus, with every wight about, on this lady and now on that looking, whether she were of town or of without. And upon Cass befell, that through the rout his eye pierced, and so deep it went, till on Cressida it smote, and there it stent. And suddenly waxed wonder sore astound, and gan her bet behold in busy wise. O very God, thought he, where hast thou woned, that art so fair and goodly to devise? Therewith his heart began to spread and rise, and soft he sighed, lest men might him hear, and caught again his former playing cheer. She was not with the least of her stature, but all her limbs so well answering were to womanhood, That creature was never less a mannish in seeming, and eke the pure wise of her moving, she showed well that men might in her guess honor, estate, and womanly noblesse. Then Troilus, right wonder well withal, began to like her moving and her cheer, which some deal Damus was, for she let fall her look a little aside, in such manner askance, What, may I not stand a here? And after that, her looking gan she light, that never thought him see so good a sight. And of her look in him there gan to quicken so great desire and strong affection, that in his heart's bottom gan to sticken of her the fixed and deep impression. And though he erst had poured up and down, then was he glad as hornes in to shrink. Aneathus wist he how to look or wink. Lo, he that held himself so cunning, and scorned them that love his pain is dryin', was full unaware that love had his dwelling within the subtle streamers of her eyen. That suddenly he thought he felt a dyin', right with her look, the spirit in his heart. Blessed be love, that thus can folk convert. She thus in black, looking to Troilus, over all things he stood to behold, but his desire, not wherefore he stood thus, he neither cheer made, nor word told, but from afar his manner for to hold. On other things, sometimes his look he cast, and eft on her, while that the service last. And after this not fully all awaped, out of the temple all easily bewent, repenting him that ever he had japed of love's folk, less fully the descent of scorn fell on himself, but what he meant, lest it were wist on any manner side, his woe he gan dissemble and eke hide. Returning to his palace, he begins hypocritically to smile and jest at love's servants and their pains, but by and by he has to dismiss his attendants, feigning other busy needs. Then, alone in his chamber, he begins to groan and sigh, and call up again Cressida's form, as he saw her in the temple, making a mirror of his mind in which he saw all wholly her figure. He thinks no travail or sorrow too high a price for the love of such a goodly woman, and full unadvised of his woe coming. Thus took he purpose love's crafts to sue, and thought that he would work all privily, first for to hide his desire all in mew, from every wight ye born all utterly, but he might aught recovered be thereby, remembering him that love too wide ye blow, yields bitter fruit, although sweet seed be so. And over all this, much more he thought, what thing to speak, and what to holden in, and what to arten her to love he sought, and on a song anon right to begin, and gan loud on his sorrow for to win, for with good hope he gan thus to assent, Cressida for to love, and not repent. The Song of Troilus. If no love is, O God, why feel I so? And if love is, what thing and which is he? If love be good, from whence cometh my woe? If it be wick, a wonder thinketh me, whence every torment and adversity that comes of love may to me savory think, for more I thirst, the more that I drink. And if I at my own lustre bren, from whence cometh my wailing and my plaint? If maugre me, whereto plain I then? I wot ne'er why, unweary that I faint. O quick a death, O sweet a harm so quaint, how may I see in me such quantity? But if that I consent that so it be, and if that I consent, I wrongfully complain you is, thus pushed to and fro, all starless within a boat am I, mid as the sea, betwixt windes two, that in contrary standen evermo. Alas, what wonder is this malady? For heat of cold, for cold of heat, I die. Devoting himself wholly to the thought of Cressida, though he yet knew not whether she was woman or goddess, Troilus, in spite of his royal blood, became the very slave of love. He set at naught every other charge, but to gaze on her as often as he could, thinking so to appease his hot fire, which thereby only burned the hotter. He wrought marvelous feats of arms against the Greeks, that she might like him the better for his renown. Then love deprived him of sleep, and made his food his foe, till he had to borrow a title of other sickness, that men might not know he was consumed with love. Meantime Cressida gave no sign that she heeded his devotion, or even knew of it, and he was now consumed with a new fear, that she loved some other man. Bewailing his sad lot, ensnared, exposed to the scorn of those whose love he had ridiculed, wishing himself arrived at the port of death, and praying ever that his lady might glad him with some kind look, Troilus is surprised in his chamber by his friend Pandarus, the uncle of Cressida. Pandarus, seeking to divert his sorrow by making him angry, jeeringly asks whether remorse of conscience, or devotion, or fear of the Greeks has caused all this ado. Troilus pitifully beseeches his friend to leave him to die alone, for die he must from a cause which he must keep hidden. But Pandarus argues against Troilus' cruelty in hiding from a friend such a sorrow, and Troilus at last confesses that his malady is love. Pandarus suggests that the beloved object may be such that his counsel might advance his friend's desires. But Troilus scouts the suggestion, saying that Pandarus could never govern himself in love. Yea, Troilus, hearken to me, quoth Pandarus. Though I be nice, it happens often so, that one that access doth full evil fare, by good counsel can keep his friend therefro. I have myself seen a blind man go, where as he fell that looker could full wide, a fool may eke a wise man often guide. A whetstone is no carving instrument, but yet it maketh sharp carving tools, and if thou knowest that I have aught miswent, eschew them that, for such thing to thee school is. Thus ought to wise men to beware by fools. If so thou do, thy wit is well bewared. By its contrary is everything declared. For how might ever sweetness have been to know, to him that never tasted bitterness? And no man knows what gladness is, I trow, that never was in sorrow or distress. Eke white by black, by shame eke worthiness, each set by other, more for other seemeth, as men may see, and so the wise man deemeth. Troilus, however, still begs his friend to leave him to mourn in peace, for all his proverbs can avail nothing. But Pandarus insists on plying the lover with wise saws, arguments, reproaches, hints that, if he should die of love, his lady may impute his death to fear of the Greeks, and finally induces Troilus to admit that the well of all his woe, his sweetest foe, is called Cressida. Pandarus breaks into praises of the lady, and congratulations of his friend for so well fixing his heart. He makes Troilus utter a formal confession of his sin in jesting at lovers, and bids him think well of she, of whom rises all his woe, hereafter may his comfort be also. For thilke ground that bears the wheate's wick, bears eke the wholesome herbes, and full oft, next to the fallen nettle, rough and thick, the lily waxeth white and smooth and soft, and next the valley is the hill aloft, and next the dark of night is the glad morrow, and also joy is next the fine of sorrow. Pandarus holds out to Troilus good hope of achieving his desire, and tells him that, since he has been converted from his wicked rebellion against love, he shall be made the best post of all love's law, and most grieve love's enemies. Troilus gives utterance to a hint of fear, but he is silenced by Pandarus with another proverb. Thou hast full great care, lest that the carle should fall out of the moon. Then the lovesick youth breaks into a joyous boast that some of the Greeks shall smart. He mounts his horse and plays the lion in the field, while Pandarus retires to consider how he may best recommend to his niece the suit of Troilus. End of section 42, read by Brize, Ohio. Section 43 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Second Book. In the proem to the second book, the poet hails the clear weather that enables him to sail out of those black waves in which his boat so labored that he could scarcely steer. That is, the tempestuous matter of despair that Troilus was in, but now of hope that calendars begin. He invokes the aid of Clio, excuses himself to every lover for what may be found amiss in a book which he only translates, and, obviating any lover's objection to the way in which Troilus obtained his lady's grace through Pandarus's mediation, says it seems to him no wonderful thing. For every wight that to Rome went held not one path, nor alway one manner, eke in some lands were all the game ye shent, if that man fared in love as men do here, as thus in open dealing and in cheer, in visiting, in form, or saying their saws, for thus men say, each country hath its laws. Eke scarcely be there in this place three, that have in love done, or said, like in all. And so that which the poem relates may not please the reader, but it actually was done, or it shall yet be done. The book sets out with the visit of Pandarus to Cressida. In May, that mother is of months glad, when all the fresher flowers, green and red, be quick again, that winter dead amade. And full of balm is floating every mead, when Phoebus doth his bright beams spread, right in the white bowl, so it betid, as I shall sing on May's day the thrid. That Pandarus, for all his wise speech, felt eke his part of love shot as keen, that, could he ne'er so well of love preach, it made yet his hue all day full green. So shope it that him fell that day a teen in love, for which woe to bed he went, and made ere it were day full many a went. The swallow Prologue with a sorrowful lay, when morrow came, gan make her waymenting why she forshapen was, and ever lay Pandare abed, half in a slumbering, till she so nigh him made her chittering, how Tereus gan forth her sister take, that with the noise of her he did awake, and gan to call and dress him to arise, remembering him his errand was to do'n, from Troilus, and eke his great emprise, and cast, and knew in good plight was the moon, to do voyage, and took his way full soon unto his niece's palace there beside. Now Janus, god of entry, thou him guide. Pandarus finds his niece with two other ladies in a paved parlor, listening to a maiden who reads aloud the story of the siege of Thebes. Greeting the company, he is welcomed by Cressida, who tells him that for 3 nights she has dreamed of him. After some lively talk about the book they had been reading, Pandarus asks his niece to do away her hood, to show her face bare, to lay aside the book, to rise up and dance, and let us do to May some observance. Cressida cries out, God forbid, and asks if he is mad, if that is a widow's life, whom it better becomes to sit in a cave and read of holy saints' lives. Pandarus intimates that he could tell her something which could make her merry, but he refuses to gratify her curiosity, and by way of the siege and of Hector, there was the town's wall, and Greek's yerd, or scourging rod. The conversation is brought round to Troilus, whom Pandarus highly extols as the wise worthy Hector the second. She has, she says, already heard Troilus praise for his bravery. Of them that her were lifest praised be, by whom it would be most welcome to her to be praised. Ye say right sooth, you is, quoth Pandarus, For yesterday whoso had with him been might have wondered upon Troilus, for never yet so thick a swarm of being ne flew as did of Greeks from him fleeing. And through the field in every wighter's ear there was no cry but Troilus is here. Now here, now there, he hunted them so fast, there was but Greek's blood, and Troilus, now him he hurt, now him adown he cast, where he went it was arrayed thus, he was their death and shield of life for us, that as that day were durst him none withstand, while that he held his bloody sword in hand. Pandarus makes now a show of taking leave, but Cressida detains him to speak of her affairs. Then the business talked over, he would again go, but first again asks his niece to arise and dance, and cast her widow's garments to mischance, because of the glad fortune that has befallen her. More curious than ever, she seeks to find out Pandarus's secret, but he still parries her curiosity, skillfully hinting all the time at her good fortune, and the wisdom of seizing on it when offered. In the end he tells her that the noble Troilus so loves her, that with her it lies to make him live or die, but if Troilus dies, Pandarus shall die with him, and then she will have fished fair. He beseeches mercy for his friend. Woe worth the fair gem, virtueless, woe worth the herb also that doth no boot, woe worth the beauty that is ruthless, woe worth that wight that treads each under foot. And ye that be of beauty, crop and root, if therewithal in you there be no ruth, then is it harm ye live, by my truth. Pandarus makes only the slight request that she will show Troilus somewhat better cheer, and receive visits from him, that his life may be saved, urging that, although a man may soon be going to the temple, nobody will think that he eats the images, and that such love of friends reigneth in all this town. Cressida, which that heard him in this wise, thought, I shall feele what he means, ye whiz. Now, Immy, quoth she, what would ye me devise? What is your rede that I should do of this? That is well said, quoth he, certain best it is, that ye him love again for his loving, as love for love is skilful guerdoning. Think eke how Elda wasteth every hour in each of you a part of your beauty, and therefore, ere that age do you devour, go love, for old there will no white love thee, let this proverb a lore unto you be. Too late I was ware, quoth beauty when it passed, and Elda daunteth danger at the last. The king is fool is wont to cry aloud, when that he thinks a woman bears her high, so long may ye liven, and all proud, till crow's feet be walks under your eye, and send you then a mirror in to pry, in which ye may your face see amorrow. I keep them wisha you no more sorrow. Weeping, Cressida reproaches her uncle for giving her such counsel, whereupon Pandarus, starting up, threatens to kill himself, and would fain depart, but that his niece detains him, and with much reluctance promises to make Troilus good cheer and honor. Invited by Cressida to tell how first he knows her lover's woe, Pandarus then relates two soliloquies which he had accidentally overheard, and in which Troilus had poured out all the sorrow of his passion. With this he took his leave, and home he went. Ah, Lord, so was he glad and well begone. Cressida arose, no longer would she stent, but straight into her chamber went anon, and sat her down, as still as any stone, and every word gan up and down to wind, that he had said as it came to her mind, and waxed some deal astonished in her thought, right for the newer case, but when that she was full advised, then she found right naught of peril why she should afeared be. For a man may love of possibility a woman so, that his heart may to breast, and she not love again, but if her lest. But as she sat alone, and thought thus, In field arose a skirmish all without, and men cried in the street then, Troilus has right now put to flight the Greek's rout, with that gan all the meany for to shout. Ah, go we see, cast up the lattice wide, for through this street he must to palace ride. For other way is from the gate is none of Dardanus, where open is the chain. With that came he and all his folk anon, and easy pace riding in Rutas twain, right as his happy day was, sooth to sayin', for which men say may not disturbed be, what shall be tidden of necessity. This Troilus sat upon his bay steed, all armed, save his head, full richly, and wounded was his horse, and gan to bleed, for which he rode apace full softly, but such a knightly sighte, truly, as was on him, was not without the fail, to look on Mars, that god is of bataille. So like a man of arms, and a knight, he was to see, fulfilled of high prowess, for both he had a body and a might, to do that thing as well as hardiness, and eke to see him in his gear, him dress, so fresh, so young, so wieldly seemed he, it was a heaven on him for to see. His helmet was to hewn in 20 places, that by a tissue hung his back behind. His shield to dashed was with swords and maces, in which men might many an arrow find, that thirled had both horn and nerve and rind. And the people cried, Here comes our joy, and next his brother, holder up of Troy. For which he waxed a little red for shame, when he so heard the people on him crying, that to behold it was a noble game. How soberly he cast adown his eyen, Cressida anon gan all his cheer espying, and let it in her heart so softly sink, that to herself she said, Who gives me drink? For of her own thought she waxed all red, remembering her right thus, Lo, this is he, which that mine uncle swears he might be dead, but I on him have mercy and pity. And with that thought, for pure shame she gan in her head to pull, and that full fast, while he and all the people forth by passed. And gan to cast, and rolling up and down, within her thought his excellent prowess, and his estate, and also his renown, his wit, his shape, and eke his gentleness. But most her favor was, for his distress was all for her, and thought it were ruth to slay such one, if that he meant but truth. And Lord, so gan she in her heart argue of this matter, of which I have you told, and what to do best were, and what to eschew, that plated she full oft in many a fold. Now was her heart a warm, now was a cold, and what she thought of, somewhat shall I write, as to mine author listeth to indite. She thought the first, that Troilus' person she knew by sight, and eke his gentleness, and said thus, All were it not to doing, to grant him love, yet for the worthiness it were honor, with play and with gladness, in honesty with such a lord to deal, for mine estate, and also for his heel. Eke well I wot my king's son is he, and since he hath to see me such delight, if I would utterly his sight to flee, power on tree he might have me in despite, through which I might stand in worse plight. Now were I fool, me hate to purchase, without the need, where I may stand in grace. In everything I wot there lies measure, for though a man forbidden drunkenness, he not forbade that every creature be drinkless for alway, as I guess. Eke since I know for me is his distress, I ought not for that thing him despise, since it is so he meaneth in good wise. Now set a case that hardest is you wis, men might deem that he loveth me. What dishonor were it unto me this? May I him let of that? Why nay, pardie, I know also, and alway hear and see, men love women all this town about, be they the worse? Why nay, without a doubt. Nor me to love a wonder is it not, for well wot I myself, so God me speed, all would I that no man wist of this thought, I am one of the fairest without a dread, and goodliest, whoso taketh heed, and so men say in all the town of Troy, what wonder is, though he on me have joy. I am mine own woman, well at ease, I thank it God, as after mine estate, right young and stand united in lusty lees, without the jealousy or such debate, shall none husband say to me checkmate, for either they be full of jealousy, or masterful, or love novelty. What shall I do, to what fine live I thus? Shall I not love in case if that me lest? What party, I am not religious, and though that I mine heart set at rest, and keep alway mine honor and my name, by all right I may do to me no shame. But right as when the sun shineth bright in March, that changeth oftentime his face, and that a cloud is put with wind to flight, which overspreads the sun as for a space, the cloudy thought gan through her heart to pace, that overspread her bright thoughts is all, so that for fear almost she gan to fall. The cloudy thought is of the loss of liberty and security, the stormy life and the malice of wicked tongues that love entails. But after that her thought began to clear, and saida, he that nothing undertakes, nothing achieveth, be him loath or dear. And with another thought her heart quakes, then sleepeth hope, and after dread awakes. Now hot, now cold, but this betwixt the tway, she risked her up and went forth to play. Adown the stair anon, right then she went, into a garden with her nieces three, and up and down they made many a went, Felixippi, and she, Tarka, Antigone, to playa, that it joy was for to see. And other of her women a great rout, her followed in the garden all about. This yard was large, and railed the alleys, and shadowed well with blossomy boughs green, and benched new, and sanded all the ways, in which she walked arm and arm between, till at the last Antigone the sheen gan on a Trojan lay to sing a clear, that it a heaven was her voice to hear. Antigone's song is of virtuous love for a noble object, and it is singularly fitted to deepen the impression made on the mind of Cressida by the brave aspect of Troilus, and by her own cogitations. The singer, having praised the lover and rebuked the revilers of loves, proceeds. What is the sun worse of his kind right, though that a man, for feebleness of eyen, may not endure to see on it for bright, or love the worse though wretches on it crying? No weal is worth that may no sorrow dryen, and forthy, who that had a head of vair, from cast of stones wear him in the weir. But I, with all my heart and all my might, as I have loved, will love unto my last, my dearer heart, and all my owen conite, in which my heart your growing is so fast, and his in me, that it shall ever last. All dread I first to love him begin, now wot I well, there is no pain therein. Cressida sighs and asks Antigone whether there is such bliss among these lovers as they can fare indite. Antigone replies confidently in the affirmative, and Cressida answers nothing, but every word which she heard she gan to printin in her heart fast. Night draws on. The day is on her, and the heaven's eye, the night is foe, all this call I the sun, gan westward fast and downward for to rie, as he that had his day's course you run. And white thingers gan to wax adone, for lack of light, and stars to appear. Then she and all her folk went home in fear. So when it liked her to go to rest, and voided were those that voiden ought, she said that to sleep a well her lest, her women soon unto her bed her brought. When all was shut, then lay she still, and thought of all these things that manner and the wise. Rehearse it needeth not, for ye be wise. A nightingale upon a cedar green, under the chamber wall whereas she lay, full loud sang against the moon a sheen, parentre in his birdes wise, a lay of love that made her hearte fresh and gay. Here hearked, so she long in good intent, till at the last the deadest sleep her hent. And as she slept, anon right then her meta, how that an eagle, feathered white as bone, under her breast his longe claw was set, and out her heart he rent, and that anon, and did his heart into her breast to goen, of which no thing she was abashed nor smirt. And forth he flew with heart left for heart. Leaving Cressida to sleep, the poet returns to Troilus and his zealous friend, with whose stratagems to bring the two lovers together the remainder of the second book is occupied. Pandarus counsels Troilus to write a letter to his mistress, telling her how he fares amiss, and beseeching her of ruth, he will bear the letter to his niece. And if Troilus will ride past Cressida's house, he will find his mistress and his friend sitting at a window. Saluting Pandarus and not tarrying, his passage will give occasion for some talk of him, which may make his ears glow. With respect to the letter, Pandarus gives some shrewd hints. Touching thy letter, thou art wise enough. I wot thou, nilted, dignally indite, or make it with these arguments tough, nor scrivener-like, nor craftily it write. Be blotted with thy tears also a light, and if thou write a goodly word all soft, though it be good, rehearse it not too oft. For though the best a harper pon live would on the best ye sound a jolly harp that ever was, with all his fingers five, touch A1 string or A1 warble harp, where his nail is pointed, ne e'er so sharp. He should a maken every wight to dull, to hear his glee and of his stroke is full. No jumper eke, no discordant thing ye fare, and thus, to use terms of physic, in love's terms hold of thy matter, the form alway, and do that it be like. For if a painter would a paint a pike, with ass's feet, and headed as an ape, it cordeth not, so were it but a jape. Troilus writes a letter, and next morning Pandarus bears it to Cressida. She refuses to receive script or bill that toucheth such matter, but he thrusts it in her bosom, challenging her to throw it away. She retains it, takes the first opportunity of escaping to her chamber to read it, finds it wholly good, and under her uncle's dictation, indites a reply telling her lover that she will not make herself bound in love, but as his sister, him to please, she would fain to do his heart an ease. Pandarus, under pretext of inquiring who is the owner of the house opposite, has gone to the window. Cressida takes her letter to him there, and tells him that she never did a thing with more pain than write the words to which he had constrained her. As they sit side by side on a stone of jasper, on a cushion of beaten gold, Troilus rides by in all his goodliness. Cressida waxes as red as rose as she sees him salute humbly, with dreadful cheer, and oft his hues mew. She likes all ye fair, his person, his array, his look, his cheer, his goodly manner, and his gentleness, so that, however she may have been before to good a hope, now hath she caught a thorn, she shall not pull it out this next a week. Pandarus, striking the iron when it is hot, asks his niece to grant Troilus an interview, but she strenuously declines for fear of scandal, and because it is all too soon to allow him so great a liberty, her purpose being to love him unknown of all, and guerdon him with nothing but with sight. Pandarus has other intentions, and while Troilus writes daily letters with increasing love, he contrives the means of an interview. Seeking out Deiphobus, the brother of Troilus, he tells him that Cressida is in danger of violence from Polyphete, and asks protection for her. Deiphobus gladly complies, promises the protection of Hector and Helen, and goes to invite Cressida to dinner on the morrow. Meantime, Pandarus instructs Troilus to go to the house of Deiphobus, plead an access of his fever for remaining all night, and keep his chamber next day. Lo, says the crafty promoter of love, borrowing a phrase from the hunting field, lo, hold thee at thy tryst close, and I shall well the deer unto thy boa drive. Unsuspicious of stratagem, Cressida comes to dinner, and at table Helen, Pandarus, and others praise the absent Troilus until her heart laughs for every pride that she has the love of such a knight. After dinner they speak of Cressida's business, all confirm Deiphobus's assurances of protection and aid, and Pandarus suggests that, since Troilus is there, Cressida shall herself tell him her case. Helen and Deiphobus alone accompany Pandarus to Troilus's chamber. There Troilus produces some documents relating to the public weal, which Hector has sent for his opinion. Helen and Deiphobus, engrossed in perusal and discussion, roam out of the chamber by a stair into the garden, while Pandarus goes down to the hall, and pretending that his brother and Helen are still with Troilus, brings Cressida to her lover. The second book leaves Pandarus whispering in his niece's ear counsel to be merciful and kind to her lover, that hath for her such pain, while Troilus lies in a cankerdort. Hearing the whispering without, and wondering what he shall say, for this was the first time that he should hear pray of love, Almighty God, what shall he say? End of section 43, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 44 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The third book. To the third book is prefixed a beautiful invocation of Venus under the character of light. O blissful light, of which the beam is clear, adorning all the third of heaven fair, O sun is love, O Jove his daughter dear, pleasance of love, O goodly debonair. In gentle heart, a ready to repair, O very cause of heal and of gladness, yea harried be thy might and thy goodness, in heaven and hell, in earth and salty sea. Is felt thy might, if that I well discern, as man, bird, beast, fish, herb, and green tree, they feel in times with vapor etern, God loveth, and to love he will not wern forbid, and in this world no living creature without the love is worth or may endure. Ye Jove first to those effect is glad, through which that thing is all live and be, commended, and him amorous ye made, of mortal thing, and as ye list, ye gave him in love, ease, or adversity, and in 1,000 formes down him sent, for love in earth, and whom ye list he hent. Ye fierce Mars, appeasin' of his ire, and as ye list ye make heartes dine. All gates them that ye will set afire, they dree to shame, and vices they resign, ye do him courteous to be, and benign. And high or low, after a wight intendeth, the joy is that he hath, your might him sendeth. Ye hold realm and house in unity, ye soothfast cause of friendship be also. You know all filth covered quality of things which that folk on wonder so, when they may not construe how it may go, she loveth him, or why he loveth her, as why this fish, not that, comes to the weir. Knowing that Venus has set a law in the universe, that whoso strives with her shall have the worse, the poet prays to be taught to describe some of the joy that is felt in her service, and the third book opens with an account of the scene between Troilus and Cressida. Lay all this mina why Troilus, recording his lesson in this manner. My faith, thought he, thus will I say, and thus will I plain unto my lady dear, that word is good, and this shall be my cheer. This will I not forgetten in no wise. God let him workin as he can devise. And Lord, so as his heart began to quape, hearing her coming, and short for to syke, and Pandarus that led her by the lap, came near and gan in at the curtain pick, and said, God do boot, all is sick, see you is here, you coming to visit. Lo, here is she that your death to wite. Therewith it seemed as he wept almost. Ah, God help, quoth Troilus ruefully. Whate'er me be woe, Almighty God, thou knowest, who is there, for I see not truly. Sir, quoth Cressida, it is Pandora and I. Yea, sweetheart, alas, I may not rise to conceal and do you honor in some wise. And dressed him upward, and she right though, gan both her hands soft upon him lay. Oh, for the love of God, do ye not so to me, quoth she. What is this to say? For come I am to you for causes tway. First you to thank, and of your lordship eke, continuance I would you beseek. This Troilus that heard this lady pray him of lordship, waxed neither quick nor dead, nor might one word for shame to it say, although men should have smitten off his head. But Lord, how he waxed suddenly all red. And sir, his lesson that he weened have gone, to pray her, was through his wit ye run. Cressida all this espied well enow, for she was wise, and loved him ne'er the less. All ne'er he malapert, nor made a vow, nor was so bold to sing a fool's mass. But when his shame began somewhat to pass, his word is, as I may my rhymes hold, I will you tell, as teacher book is old. In changed voice, right for his very dread, which voice eke quaked, and also his manner, goodly abashed, and now his hue is red, now pale unto Cressida his lady dear, with look downcast and humble, yield and cheer. Lo, all the first word that him astert was twice, Mercy, mercy, my dear heart. And stent a while, and when he might outbring, the next was, God wot, for I have, as far forthly as I have conning, been yours all, God so my soul is save, and shall, till that I, woeful wight, be grave. And though I dare not, cannot, to you plain, you whiz, I suffer not the less of pain. This much as now, O woman-like wife, I may outbring, and if it you displease, that shall I wreak upon mine own life. Right soon I trow, and do your heart an ease, if with my death your heart I may appease. But since that ye have heard somewhat say, now reck I never how soon that I die. Therewith his manly sorrow to behold, it might have made a heart of stone to rue, and Pandare wept as he to water wold, and said, Woe begone, be heartest true, and procured his niece ever new and new. For love of God, make of him an end, or slay us both at once ere we wend. What, quoth she, by God and by my truth, I know not what you woulda that I say. What, quoth he, that ye have on him ruth, for God is love, and do him not to die. Now then thus, quoth she, I would him pray to tell me the fine of his intent, ye wist I never well what that he meant. What that I meana, sweet a heart a dear, quoth Troilus, O goodly, fresh and free, that with the streamers of your eyen so clear, ye woulda sometimes on me rue and see, and then agreen that I may be he, without a branch of vice in any wise, in truth alway to do you my service. As to my lady chief and right resort, with all my wit and all my diligence, and for to have, right as you list, comfort, under your yard equal to mine offence, as death, if that I break your defence, and that ye dine of me so much honour, me do commandin aught in any hour. And I to be your very humble, true, secret, and in my pain is patient, and evermore desire, freshly new, to servin and be alike diligent, and with good heart all wholly your talent receive in gree, how sore that me smart. Lo, this mean I, mine own sweete heart. With that she gan her eyen on him cast, full easily and full debonairly, advising her, and hide not too fast, with ne'er a word, but said him softly, mine honour safe, I will well truly, and in such form as ye can now devise, receive him fully to my service, beseeching him for God's love, that he would, in honour of truth and gentleness, as I well mean, eke mean well to me, and mine honour, with wit and business, keep, and if I may do him gladness, from henceforth, ye whiz, I will not feign. Now be all whole, no longer do ye plain. But natheless, this warn I you, quoth she, a king's son, although ye be, ye whiz, ye shall no more have sovereignty of me in love, than right in this case is. Nor will I forbear, if ye do amiss, to wrath you, and while that ye me serve, to cherish you right after ye deserve. And shortly, dear heart, and all my connight, be glad and draw you to lustiness, and I shall truly, with all my might, your bitter turn in all to sweetness, if I be she that may do you gladness. For every woe ye shall recover a bliss, and him in arms took, and gan him kiss. Pandarus, almost beside himself for joy, falls on his knees to thank Venus and Cupid, declaring that for this miracle he hears the bells ring. Then, with a warning to be ready at his call to meet at his house, he parts the lovers and attends Cressida while she takes leave of the household, Troilus all the time groaning at the deceit practiced on his brother and Helen. When he has got rid of them by feigning weariness, Pandarus returns to the chamber and spends the night with him in converse. The zealous friend begins to speak in a sober wise to Troilus, reminding him of his love pains now at an end. So that through me thou standest now in way to farewell. I say it for no boast. And knowest thou why? For shame it is to say, for thee have I begun a game to play, which that I never shall do eft for other, although he were 1,000-fold my brother. That is to say, for thee I am become, betwixt the game and earnest, such a mean, as make women unto men to come. Thou knowest thyself what that would mean, for thee have I my niece, of vices clean, so fully made thy gentleness to trust, that all shall be right as thyself lust. By God that all wot, take I to witness, that never this for covetous I wrought, but only to abridge thy distress, for which well nigh thou diedest, as methought. But, good brother, do now as thee ought, for God is love, and keep her out of blame, since thou art wise, so save thou her name. For well thou knowest the name yet of her, among the people as who saith hallowed is, for that man is unborn, I dare well swear, that ever yet wist that she did amiss. But woe is me that I, that cause all this, may thinka that she is my niece dear, and I her Emy, and traitor eke ye fear. And were it wist that I, through mine engine, had in my niece put this fantasy, to do thy lust, and wholly to be thine, why, all the people would upon it cry, and say that I the worste treachery did in this case that ever was begun, and she fordone, and thou right not ye won. Therefore, ere going a step further, Pandarus prays Troilus to give him pledges of secrecy, and impresses on his mind the mischiefs that flow from vaunting in affairs of love. Of kind, by his very nature, he says, no vaunter is to be believed. For a vaunter and a liar all is one. As thus, I pose, a woman granteth me her love, and saith that other will she none, and I am sworn to holden it secret, and after I go tell it 2 or 3, you wis I am a vaunter at the least, and eke a liar, for I break my hest. Now looka then, if they be not to blame, such manner folk, what shall I call them, what? That them avaunt of women, and by name, that never yet behight them this or that, nor know of them no more than mine old hat. No wonder is, so God me send a heel, though women dreada with us men to deal. I say not this for no mistrust of you, nor for no wise men, but for foolish nice, and for the harm that in the world is now, as well for folly, oft as for malice. For well wot I, that in wise folk that vice no woman dreads, if she be well advised. For wise men be by foolish harm chastised. So Pandarus begs Troilus to keep silent, promises to be true all his days, and assures him that he shall have all that he will in the love of Cressida. Thou knowest what thy lady granted thee, and day is set the charters up to make. Who might to tell half the joy and feast, which that the soul of Troilus then felt, hearing the effect of Pandarus's behest. His olde woe, that made his heart to swelt, gan then for joy to wasten and to melt. And all the reheating of his sighs sore at once fled, he felt of them no more. But right so as these holtas and these hayas, that have in winter deada been and dry, revested them in green when that May is, whenever he lusty listeth best to play, right in that self-wise, sooth to say, waxed suddenly his heart a full of joy, that gladder was there never man in Troy. Troilus solemnly swears that never, for all the good that God made under sun, will he reveal what Pandarus asks him to keep secret, offering to die 1,000 times if need were, and to follow his friend as a slave all his life in proof of his gratitude. But here with all my heart I thee beseech, that never in me thou deem such folly, as I shall say, methoughta by thy speech, that this which thou me dost for company, I should aween it were a bawdry. I am not wood, all if I lewd be, it is not one, but wot I well, pardie. But he that goes for gold or for riches, on such messages call him as thee lust, and this that thou dost call it gentleness, compassion, and fellowship, and trust. Depart it so, for wide where is wist, how that there is diversity required betwixt things like, as I have learned. And that thou know I think it not nor ween, that this service a shame be or a jape. I have my fair sister, Polixene, Cassandra, Helen, or any of the frape, but she never so fair or well ye shape, tell me which thou wilt of every one, to have for thine, and let me then alone. Then beseeching Pandarus soon to perform out the great enterprise of crowning his love for Cressida, Troilus bade his friend good night. On the morrow Troilus burned as the fire for hope and pleasure, yet he not forgot his wise governance, self-control. But in himself with manhood gan restrain each rankle deed and each unbridled cheer, that all those that live, sooth to sayin, should not have wist, by word or by manner, what that he meant as touching this matter, from every wight as far as is the cloud, he was so well dissimulate he could. And all the while that I now devise, this was his life. With all his full might, by day he was in March's high service, that is to say, in armes as a knight, and for the most part, the long a night he lay, and thought how that he might serve his lady best, her thank for to deserve. I will not swear, although he lay asoft, that in his thought he as somewhat diseased, nor that he turned on his pillows oft, and would of that him missed have been seized, but in such case men be not always pleased, for aught I wot no more than was he. That can I deem a possibility. But certain is to purpose for to go, that in this while, as written is in jest, he saw his lady sometimes, and also these events she with him spake, when that she durst and lest, and by their both advice, as was the best, appointed full warily in this need, so as they durst, how far they would proceed. But it was spoken in so short a wise, in such a weight alway, and in such fear, lest any wight divinin or devise would of their speech or to it lay an ear, that all this world them not so liefe were, and that Cupido would them grace send, to maken of their speeches right an end. But thilke little that they spake or wrought, his wise ghost took of such heed, it seemed her he wiste what she thought without a word, so that it was no need to bid him aught to do, nor aught forbid. For which she thought that love all came it late, of all a joy had opened her the gate. Troilus, by his discretion, his secrecy, and his devotion, made ever a deeper lodgment in Cressida's heart, so that she thanked God 20,000 times that she had met with a man who, as she felt, was to her a wall of steel and shield from every displeasance, while Pandarus ever actively fanned the fire. So passed a time sweet of tranquil and harmonious love, the only drawback being that the lovers might not often meet, nor leisure have their speeches to fulfill. At last Pandarus found an occasion for bringing them together at his house unknown to anybody, and put his plan in execution. For he, with great deliberation, had everything that hereto might avail forecast and put in execution, and neither left for cost nor for travail. Come if them list, them shoulda nothing fail, nor for to be in aught espied there, that wiste he an impossible were. And dreadiless, it clear was in the wind, of every pie and every let game. Now all is well, for all this world is blind in this matter, both of friend and tame. This timber is all ready for to frame. Us lacketh not, but that we wete of old, a certain hour in which we come shouled. Troilus had informed his household that if at any time he was missing, he had gone to worship at a certain temple of Apollo, and first to see the holy laurel quake, or that the goddess spake out of the tree. So at the changing of the moon, when the welkin showed him for to rain, when the sky was preparing to rain, Pandarus went to invite his niece to supper, solemnly assuring her that Troilus was out of the town, though all the time he was safely shut up till midnight in a little stew, whence through a hole he joyously watched the arrival of his mistress and her fair niece Antigone, with half a score of her women. After supper Pandarus did everything to amuse his niece. He sung, he played, he told a tale of Wade. At last she would take her leave, but the benta moon with her hornus pale, Saturn and Jove in Cancer joined were, that made such a rain from heaven avail, that every man or woman that was there had of this smoky rain a very fear, at which Pandarus laughed and said then, now were a time a lady to go hen. He therefore presses Cressida to remain all night. She complies with a good grace, and after the sleeping cup has gone round, all retire to their chambers. Cressida, that she may not be disturbed by the rain and thunder, being lodged in the inner closet of Pandarus, who, to lull suspicion, occupies the outer chamber. his niece's women sleeping in the intermediate apartment. When all is quiet, Pandarus liberates Troilus, and by a secret passage brings him to the chamber of Cressida. Then, going forward alone to his niece, after calming her fears of discovery, he tells her that her lover has, through a gutter by a privy went, a secret passage, come to his house in all this rain, mad with grief because a friend has told him that she loves Orestes. Suddenly cold about her heart, Cressida promises that on the morrow she will reassure her lover, but Pandarus scouts the notion of delay, laughs to scorn her proposal to send her ring in pledge of her truth, and finally, by pitiable accounts of Troilus's grief, induces her to receive him and reassure him at once with her own lips. This Troilus full soon on his knees him set, full soberly, right by her bedde's head, and in his best of wise his lady gret, but Lord, how she waxed suddenly all red, and thought anon how that she would be dead. She coulda not one word a right out bring, so suddenly for his sudden coming. Cressida, though thinking that her servant and her knight should not have doubted her truth, yet sought to remove his jealousy, and offered to submit to any ordeal or oath he might impose. Then, weeping, she covered her face and lay silent. "But now," exclaims the poet, "but now help God to quenchen all this sorrow, so hope I that he shall, for he best may, for I have seen of a full misty morrow, following off the merry summer's day. And after winter cometh green of May, folks see all day, and eke men read in stories, that after sharper stores be victories." Believing his mistress to be angry, Troilus felt the cramp of death seize on his heart, and down he fell all suddenly in swoon. Pandarus into bed him cast, and called on his niece to pull out the thorn that stuck in his heart, by promising that she would all forgive. She whispered in his ear the assurance that she was not wroth. At last, under her caresses, he recovered consciousness, to find her arm laid over him, to hear the assurance of her forgiveness, and receive her frequent kisses. Fresh vows and explanations passed, and Cressida implored forgiveness of her own sweetheart for the pain she had caused him. Surprised with sudden bliss, Troilus put all in God's hand, and strained his lady fast in his arms. What might or may the seely innocent lark say, when that the sparrowhawk, hath him in his foot? Cressida, which that felt her thus ye take, as right to clerkes in their bookes old, right as an aspen leaf began to quake, when she him felled her in his armes fold. But Troilus, all whole of cares cold, gan thank then the blissful goddess seven, thus sundry paines bring a folk to heaven. This Troilus her gan in armes strain, and said, "O sweet as ever may I goen, now be ye caught, now here is but we twain, now yield to you, for other boot is none." To that Cressida answered this anon, "Now had I ere now, my sweete-hearte dear, been yolden, ye wis, I were now not here. O sooth is said, that healed for to be of a fever or other great sickness, men must drink, as we may often see, full bitter drink, and for to have gladness, men drinken often pain and great distress. I mean it here, as for this adventure, that thorough pain hath founden all his cure. And now sweetness seemeth far more sweet, that bitterness assayed was beforn, for out of woe in bliss now they fleet, none such they felte since that they were born. Now is it better than both twoe were lorn? For love of God, take every woman heed, to work thus, if it come to the need." Cressida, all quit from every dread and teen, as she that just a cause had him to trust, made him such feast, it joy was for to see'n, when she his truth and intent clean awist, and as about a tree with many a twist, by Trent and Rythen is the sweet wood bind, 'gan each of them in Arma's other wind. And as the new abashed nightingale, that stinteth first when she beginneth sing, when that she heareth any hardest tale, or in the hedges any white stirring, and after sicker out her voice doth ring. Right so Cressida, when her dreadest stent, opened her heart and told him her intent. And might as he that sees his death yeshapen, and dien must, in aught that he may guess, and suddenly rescue doth him escapen, and from his death is brought in sickerness, for all the world in such present gladness was Troilus, and had his lady sweet, with worse hap God let us never meet. Her arm is small, her straight a back and soft, her side is long, fleshly, smooth and white. He 'gan to stroke, and good thrift bade full oft on her snow-white throat, her breastes round and light. Thus in this heaven he 'gan him delight, and therewithal 1,000 times her kissed, that what to do for joy uneath he wist. The lovers exchanged vows and kisses and embraces and speeches of exalted love and rings. Cressida gave to Troilus a brooch of gold and azure, in which a ruby set was like a heart, and the too short night passed. When that the cock, commune astrologer, 'gan on his breast to beat, and after crow, and Lucifer, the day's messenger, 'gan for to rise, and out his beamus throw, and eastward rose, to him that could it know, Fortuna Major. Then anon Cressida, with heart asore, to Troilus thus said, My heart is life, my trust, and my pleasance, that I was born, alas, that me is woe, that they of us must make disseverance, for time it is to rise, and hence to go, or else I am but lost for evermore. O night, alas, why ilt thou o'er us hove, as long as when Alamina lay by Jove? O black a night, as folk in bookes read, that shapen art by God, this world to hide, at certain times, with thy darker weed, that under it men might in rest abide, well ought beastes plain, and folk a chide, that whereas they with labor would us breast, that thou right fleest, and deignest not us rest. Thou dost, alas, so shortly thine office, thou rackle knight, that God, maker of kind, thee for thy haste and thine unkind vice, so fast to our hemisphere bind, that nevermore under the ground thou wind, for through thy rackle hieing out of Troy, have I forgone thus hastily my joy. This Troilus that with these words felt, as thought him then for piteous distress, the bloody tears from his heart to melt, and he that never yet such heaviness assayed had out of so great gladness, 'gan therewithal Cressida his lady dear, in armor's strain, and said in this manner, O cruel day, accuser of the joy, that night and love have stolen, and fast Urian, accursed be thy coming into Troy, for every bower hath one of thy bright eyen, envious day, why list thee to espien? What hast thou lost? Why seekest thou this place? There God thy light so quench for his grace. Alas, what have these lovers thee a guilt? Despidious day, thine be the pains of hell. For many a lover hast thou slain and wilt, thy peering in will nowhere let them dwell. What, profferest thou thy light here for to sell? Go sell it them that smallest seal is grave. We will thee not, us needs no day to have. And eke the sun, Titan, 'gan he chide, and said, O fool, well may men thee despise, that hast the dawning all night thee beside, and sufferest her so soon up from thee rise. For to disease us lovers in this wise, what, hold thy bed, both thou and eke thy morrow, I bid a God so give you both a sorrow. The lovers part with many sighs and protestations of unswerving and undying love, Cressida responding to the vows of Troilus with the assurance that first shall Phoebus fall from his sphere, and heaven's eagle be the dove as fair, and every rock out of his place start, ere Troilus out of Cressida's heart. When Pandarus visits Troilus in his palace later in the day, he warns him not to mar his bliss by any fault of his own. For, of fortune's sharp adversity, the worst a kind of infortune is this, a man to have been in prosperity, and it remember when it passed is. Thou art wise enough for thee, do not amiss, be not too rackle, though thou sit a warm, for if thou be, certain it will thee harm. Thou art at ease, and hold thee well therein, for also sure as red as every fire, as great a craft to keep weal as wind. Bridle away thy speech and thy desire, for worldly joy holds not but a wire, that proveth well, it breaks all day so oft, forthy need is to worka with it soft. Troilus sedulously observed the counsel, and the lovers have many renewals of their pleasure, and of their bitter chidings of the day. The effects of love on Troilus are altogether refining and ennobling, as may be inferred from the song which he sung often to Pandarus. The second song of Troilus. Love that of earth and sea hath governance, love that his Hestus hath in heaven high, love that with a right wholesome alliance holds people joined as him lists them guy, love that committeth law and company, and couples doth in virtue for to dwell, bind this accord that I have told and tell, that the world with faith which that is stable, diverseth so, his sound is according, that elements that be discordable hold in a bond perpetually during, that Phoebus may his rosy day forth bring, and that the moon hath lordship o'er the night. All this doth love, harried, be his might. That the sea, which that greedy is to flowin, constraineth to a certain enda, his flooders that so fiercely they not growin, to drenchen earth and all forever mow, and if that love ought let his bridle go, all that now loves asunder should a leap, and lost were all that love holds now to heap. So would a God that author is of kind, that with his bond of love of his virtue list, to cherish heartes and all fast to bind, that from his bond no wight the way outwist. And heartes cold, them would I that he twist, to make them love, and that him list I rue, of heartes sore, and keep them that be true. But Troilus' love had higher fruits than singing. In all needes for the towners were, he was and the first in armes dight, and certainly, but if that book is err, save Hector most you dread of any wight, and this increase of hardiness and might came him of love his lady's grace to win, that altered his spirit so within. In time of truce a hawking would he ride, or else hunt the boar, bear, lion, the smaller beastes let he go beside, and when he came riding into the town, full oft his lady from her window down, as fresh as falcon coming out of mew, full ready was him goodly to salute. And most of love and virtue was his speech, and in despite he had all wretchedness, and doubtless no need was him to beseech, to honor them that had a worthiness, and ease them that were in distress, and glad was he, if any wight well fared, that lover was, when he it wist or heard. For he held every man lost, unless he were in love's service, and so did the power of love work within him, that he was always humble and benign, and pride, envy, ire, and avarice he gan to flee, and every other vice. End of section 44, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 45 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Fourth Book. Our brief poem to the fourth book prepares us for the treachery of fortune to Troilus, from whom she turned away her bright face, and took of him no heed, and cast him clean out of his lady's grace, and on her wheel she set up DJRickyV. Then the narrative describes a skirmish in which the Trojans were worsted, and Antenor, with many of less note, remained in the hands of the Greeks. A truce was proclaimed for the exchange of prisoners, and as soon as Calchas heard the news, he came to the assembly of the Greeks to bid a boon. Having gained audience, he reminded the besiegers how he had come from Troy to aid and encourage them in their enterprise, willing to lose all that he had in the city, except his daughter Cressida, whom he bitterly reproached himself for leaving behind. And now, with streaming tears and pitiful prayer, he besought them to exchange Antenor for Cressida, assuring them that the day was at hand when they should have both town and people. The soothsayer's petition was granted, and the ambassadors charged to negotiate the exchange, entering the city, told their errand to King Priam and his parliament. This Troilus was present in the place when asked was for Antenor Cressida, for which to change soon began his face, as he that with the word is well nigh died. But natheless he no word to it said, lest men should his affection espy, with manus heart he gan his sorrows dry. And full of anguish and of grisly dread, abode what other lords would to it say, and if they would grant, as God forbid, the exchange of her, then thought he things tway. First for to save her honor, and what way he might the best the exchange of her withstand, this cast he then how all this might stand. Love made him all pressed to do her bide, and rather die than that she should go. But reason said him on the other side, without the assent of her, do thou not so, lest for thy worka she would be thy foe, and say that through thy meddling is ye blow, you're both a love, where it was erst unknow. For which he gan deliberate for the best, that though the lordes woulda that she went, he woulda suffer them grant what them lest, and tell his lady first what that they meant. And when that she had told him her intent, thereafter would he worken all so blithe, though all the world against it woulda strive. Hector, which that full well the Greekes heard, for Antenor how they would have Cressida, gan it withstand, and soberly answered, Sirs, she is no prisoner, he said. I know not on you who this charge laid, but for my part you may well soon him tell, we use here no women for to sell. The noise of the people then upstart at once, as brema as blaze of straw ye set on fire, for infortune would for the nonce, they should of their confusion desire. Hector, quoth they, what ghost may you inspire, this woman thus to shield, and do us lose, Dan Antenor? A wrong way now ye choose. That is so wise, and eke so bold Baron, and we have need of folk, as men may see, he eke is one of the greatest of this town. O Hector, let the such fantasies be. O King Priam, quoth they, lo, thus say we, that all our will is to forego Cressida, and to deliver Antenor they prayed. Though Hector often prayed them nay, it was resolved that Cressida should be given up for Antenor. Then the parliament dispersed. Troilus hastened home to his chamber, shut himself up alone, and threw himself on his bed. And as in winter leaves be bereft, each after other, till that the tree be bare, so that there is but bark and branch ye left, lay Troilus, bereft of each welfare, ye bounden in the black bark of care, disposed would out of his wit to braid, so sore him sath, the changing of Cressida. He rose him up, and every door he shut, and window eke, and then this sorrowful man upon his bed aside adown him set, full like a dead image, pale and wan, and in his breast the heaped woe began outburst, and he to worken in this wise, in his woodness, as I shall you devise. Right as the wild bull begins to spring, now here, now there, ye darted to the heart, and of this death roareth in complaining, right so gan he about the chamber start, smiting his breast, with his fist to smart, his head to the wall, his body to the ground, full oft he swapped, himself to confound. His eyen then, for pity of his heart, outstreamed in as swift a well as tway, the highest sobs of his sorrow smart, his speech him reft, aneathas might he say, O death, alas, why wilt thou do me die? Accursed be that day which that nature showed me to be a living creature. Bitterly reviling fortune and calling on love to explain why his happiness with Cressida should be thus repealed, Troilus declares that, while he lives, he will bewail his misfortune in solitude, and will never see it shine or rain, but will end his sorrowful life in darkness and die in distress. O weary ghost that errest to and fro, why wilt thou fly out of the woefulest body that ever might on ground go? O soul, lurking in this woeful nest, flee forth out of my heart, and let it breast, and follow away Cressida, thy lady dear, thy right of place is now no longer here. O woeful eyen twoe, since you disport, was all to see Cressida's eyen bright, what shall ye do, but for my discomfort, stand for naught, and weeping out your sight, since she is quenched, that want was you to light? In vain from this forth have I eyen tway, ye formed, since your virtue is away. O my Cressidee, O lady sovereign, of thilke woeful soul that now crieth, who shall now give comfort to thy pain? Alas, no wight, but when my heart dieth, my spirit, which that so unto you hieth, receive in grief, for that shall you serve, forthy no forces, though the body starve. O ye lovers that high upon the wheel, beset of fortune, in good adventure, God lean that ye find love of steel, and longer may your life in joy endure. But when ye come by my sepulture, remember that your fellow resteth there, for I loved eke, though I unworthy were. O old, unwholesome, and mislivid man, Chaucer, I mean, alas, what ailed thee to be a Greek, since thou wert born Trojan? O Chaucer, which that will my bane be, in cursed time wert thou born for me. As would a blissful Jove for his joy, that I thee hadde where I would in Troy. Soon Troilus, through excess of grief, fell into a trance, in which he was found by Pandarus, who had gone almost distracted at the news that Cressida was to be exchanged for Antenor. At his friend's arrival, Troilus gan as the snow against the sun to melt. The two mingled their tears awhile. Then Pandarus strove to comfort the woeful lover. He admitted that never had a stranger ruin than this been brought by fortune. But tell me this, why thou art so mad to sorrow thus? Why liest thou in this wise, since thy desirest all wholly hast thou had, so that by right it ought enough suffice? But I that never felt in my service a friendly cheer or looking of an eye, let me thus weep and wail until I die. And over all this, as thou well wast, this town is full of ladies all about, and to my doom, fairer than such a 12, as ever she was, shall I find in some rout. Yea, one or two, withouten any doubt. Forthy be glad, mine own dearer brother. If she be lost, we shall recover another. What? God forbid alway that each pleasance in one thing were, and in none other white. If one can sing, another can well dance. If this be goodly, she is glad and light. And this is fair, and that can good or right. Each for his virtue holden is full dear, both heroner and falcon for revere. And eke as writ Zausis, that was full wise, the newe love out chaseth oft the old, and upon new case lieth new advice. Think eke thy life to save thou art hold. Such fire by process shall of kind a cold, for since it is but casual pleasance, some case shall put it out of remembrance. For all so sure as day comes after night, the newe love, labor, or other woe, or else seldom seeing of a wight, do old affections all overgo, and for thy part thou shalt have one of thou, to abridge with thy bitter painous smart, absence of her shall drive her out of heart. These words said, he for the none is all, to help his friend, lest he for sorrow died. For doubtless to do his woe to fall, he wrought not what unthrift that he said. But Troilus, that nigh for sorrow died, took little heed of all that ever he meant. One ear it heard, at the other out it went. But at the last he answered and said, Friend, this leechcraft, or ye heal it thus to be, were well sitting if that I were a fiend, to treason her that true is unto me. I pray God let this counsel never thee, but do me rather sterve anon right here, ere I thus do as thou me wouldest leer. Troilus protests that his lady shall have him wholly hers till death, and debating the counsels of his friend, declares that even if he would, he could not love another. Then he points out the folly of not lamenting the loss of Cressida because she had been his in ease and felicity. While Pandarus himself, though he thought it so light to change to and fro in love, had not done busily his might to change her that wrought him all the woe of his unprosperous suit. If thou hast in love a yet mischance, and canst it not out of thine heart to drive, I that lived it in lust and in pleasance, with her as much as creature alive, how should I that forget, and that so blithe? O where hast thou been so long hid in mew, that canst so well and formally argue? The lover condemns the whole discourse of his friend as unworthy, and calls on death, the ender of all sorrows, to come to him and quench his heart with his cold stroke. Then he distills anew in tears, as liquor out of a lembic, and Pandarus is silent for a while, till he bethinks him to recommend to Troilus the carrying off of Cressida. Art thou in Troy, and hast no hardiment, daring boldness, to take a woman which that loveth thee? But Troilus reminds his counselor that all the war had come from the ravishing of a woman by might, the abduction of Helen by Paris, and that it would not beseem him to withstand his father's grant, since the lady was to be changed for the town's good. He has dismissed the thought of asking Cressida from his father, because that would be to injure her fair fame, to no purpose, for Priam could not overthrow the decision of so high a place as Parliament, while most of all he fears to perturb her heart with violence to the slander of her name. For he must hold her honor dearer than himself in every case, as lovers ought of right. Thus am I in desire and reason twight. Desire for to disturb her me reddeth, and reason will not, so my heart dreadeth. Thus weeping that he coulda never cease, he said, Alas, how shall I, wretche, fare? For well feel I alway my love increase, and hope is less, and less alway pandare. Increasing eke the causes of my care, so well away, why ne ill my hearte's breast? For us in love there is but little rest. Pandare answered, Friend, thou mayest for me do as thee list, but had I it so hot, and thine estate, she shoulda go with me, though all this town cried on this thing by note, I would not set all that noise agroat. For when men have well cried, then they will round, eke wonder lasts but 9 nights ne air in town. Divine not in reason, so deep, nor courteously, but help thyself anon, bettest at others than thyself a weep, and namely, since ye two be all one, rise up, for by my head she shall not goen, and rather be in blame a little found, than sterve here as a canat without a wound. It is no shame unto you, nor no vice, her to withholde that ye loveth most. Par entre she might holde thee for nice, to let her go thus unto the Greeks' host. Think eke fortune, as well thyself a wost, helpeth the hardy man to his emprise, and weaveth wretches for their cowardice. And though thy lady would alight her grieve, thou shalt thyself thy peace thereafter make. But as to me, certain I cannot leave, that she would it as now for evil take. Why should then for fear thine heart quake? Think eke how Paris hath, that is thy brother, a love, and why shalt thou not have another? And Troilus, one thing I dare thee swear, that if Cressida, which that is thy lief, now loveth thee as well as thou dost her, God help me so, she will not take a grief, though thou anon do boot in this mischief, and if she willeth from thee for to pass, then is she false, so love her well the lass. Fourthly, take heart and think, right as a knight, through love is broken all day every law. Kitha now somewhat thy courage and thy might, have mercy on thyself, for any awe, let not this wretched woe thine heart gnaw. But manly, set the world on 6 and 7, and if thou die a martyr, go to heaven. Pandarus promises his friend all aid in the enterprise. It is agreed that Cressida shall be carried off, but only with her own consent, and Pandarus sets out for his niece's house to arrange an interview. Meantime, Cressida has heard the news, and caring nothing for her father, but everything for Troilus, she burns in love and fear, unable to tell what she shall do. But as men see in town and all about, that women use friendes to visit, so to Cressida of women came a rout, for piteous joy, and weened her delight. And with their tales dear enough a mite, these women, which that in the city dwell, they set them down, and said as I shall tell. Quoth first that one, I am glad truly, because of you that shall your father see. Another said, You wis, so am not I, for all too little hath she with us be. Quoth then the third, I hope you wis that she shall bringen us the peace on every side, then when she goes, Almighty God her guide. Those wordes and those womanish things, she heard them right as though she thenes were, for God it wot her heart on other thing is, although the body sat among them there, her advertence is always elsewhere, for Troilus full fast her soul sought, without a word on him always she thought. These women that thus weaned her to please, about not gan all their tales spend, such vanity ne can do her no ease, as she that all this meanwhile brend, of other passion than that they wend, so that she felt almost her heart to die, for woe and weary of that company. For which she no longer might restrain her tears, they began so up to well, that gave signs of her bitter pain, in which her spirit was and must dwell, remembering her from heaven unto which hell she fallen was, since she forewent the sight of Troilus, and sorrowfully she sighed. And Thilcophulus, sitting her about, weened that she had wept and psyched sore, because that she should out of that rout depart, and never playa with them more. And they that had a known her of yore saw her so weep, and thought it kindness, and each of them wept eke for her distress. And busily they got in her comfort of thing, God wot, on which she little thought, and with their tailors weaned her to sport, and to be glad they her besought. But such an ease therewith they in her wrought, right as a man is eased for to feel, for ache of head, to claw him on his heel. But after all this nice vanity, they took their leave, and home they went in all. Cressida, full of sorrowful pity, into her chamber up went out of the hall, and on her bed she gan for dead to fall, in purpose never thence for to rise, and thus she wrought, as I shall you devise. She rent her sunny hair, wrung her hands, wept and bewailed her fate, vowing that since, for the cruelty, she could handle neither sword nor dart, she would abstain from meat and drink until she died. As she lamented, Pandarus entered, making her complain 1,000 times more at the thought of all the joy which he had given her with her lover. But he somewhat soothed her by the prospect of Troilus' visit, and by the counsel to contain her grief when he should come. Then Pandarus went in search of Troilus, whom he found solitary in a temple, as one that ceased to care for life. For right thus was his argument alway. He said he was but lorn, well away, for all that comes by necessity. Thus to be lorn, it is my destiny. For certainly this wot I well, he said, that foresight of the divine purveyance hath seen alway me to forego Cressida, since God sees everything out of doubtance, and them disposeth through his ordinance in their meritus soothly for to be, as they should come by predestiny. But natheless, alas, whom shall I leave? For there be greater clerks, many one, that destiny through argumentus prove, and some say that needly there is none, but that free choice is given us every one. Oh, well away, so sly our clerk is old, that I not whose opinion I may hold. For some men say, if God sees all beforn, God may not deceived be, pardie, then it must fallen, though men had it sworn, that purveyance hath seen before to be. Wherefore I say, that from etern, if he hath wist before our thought eke as our deed, we have no free choice, as these clerkes read. For other thought, nor other deed also, might never be, but such as purveyance, which may not be deceived never mo, hath feeled before, without ignorance. For if there might be a variance, to writhen out from Goddess purveying, there were no prescience of thing coming. But it were rather an opinion, uncertain, and no steadfast foreseeing, and certes that were an abusion, that God should have no perfect clear weeting, more than we men, that have doubtless weaning. But such an error upon God to guess, were false and foul, and wicked cursedness. Eke this is an opinion of some that have their top full high and smooth ashore. They say right thus that thing is not to come, for that their prescience hath seen before that it shall come. But they say that therefore that it shall come, therefore the purveyance wot it before, without an ignorance. And in this manner this necessity returneth in his part contrary again, for needfully behoves it not to be, that thilke thinges fallen and certain, that be purveyed, but needly, as they sayin, behoveth it that thinges which that fall, that they in certain be purveyed all. I mean as though I labored me in this, to inquire which thing cause of which thing be, as whether that the prescience of God is the certain cause of the necessity of thinges that to come be, pardie, or if necessity of thing coming be cause certain of the purveying. But now enforce I me not in showing how the order of causes stands, but well wot I that it behoveth that the befalling of things wist before certainly be necessary, all seem it not thereby, that prescience put falling necessaire to a thing to come, all fall it foul or fair. For if there sit a man yond on a sea, then by necessity behoveth it that certes thine opinion sooth be, that weenest or conjectest that he sit, and further over, now againward yet, lo, right so is it on the part contrary, as thus. Now hearken, for I will not tarry. I say that if the opinion of thee be sooth, for that he sits, then say I this, that he must sitte by necessity, and thus necessity in either is, for in him need of sitting is, you wis, and in thee need of sooth, and thus forsooth, there must necessity be in you both. But thou mayest say he sits not therefore, that thine opinion of his sitting sooth, but rather for the man sat there before, therefore is thine opinion sooth, you wis. And I say, though the cause of sooth of this comes of his sitting, yet necessity is interchanged both in him and thee. Thus in the same wise out of doubtance I may well maken, and it seemeth me, my reasoning of God's purveyance, and of the things that to come be, by which a reason men may well ye see, that thilke things that in earthe fall, that by necessity they come in all. For although that a thing should come, ye wis, therefore it is purveyed certainly, not that it comes for it purveyed is, yet natheless behoveth needfully that thing to come be purveyed truly, or else things that purveyed be, that they be tied by necessity. And this sufficeth right enough certain, for to destroy our free choice every deal. But now is this abusion to sayin, that falling of the thing is temporal, is cause of God's prescience eternal. Now truly that is a false sentence, that thing to come should cause his prescience. What wot I ween, Anne, I had such a thought, but that God purveys thing that is to come, for that it is to come, and else not. So might I ween that things all and some, that willem be befall and overcome, because of thilke sovereign purveyance, that foreknows all without an ignorance. And over all this, yet say I more thereto, that right as when I wot there is a thing, ye wis, that thing must needfully be so. Eke right so, when I wot a thing coming, so must it come, and thus the befalling of things that be wis before the tide, they may not be eschewed on any side. While Troilus was in all this heaviness, disputing with himself in this matter, Pandarus joined him and told him the result of the interview with Cressida, and at night the lovers met, with what sighs and tears may be imagined. Cressida swooned away, so that Troilus took her for dead, and having tenderly laid out her limbs as one preparing a corpse for the bier, he drew his sword to slay himself upon her body. But, as God would, just at that moment she awoke out of her swoon, and by the pair began to talk of their prospects. Cressida declared the opinion, supporting it at great length and with many reasons, that there is no cause for half so much woe on either part. Her surrender, decreed by the Parliament, could not be resisted. It was quite easy for them soon to meet again. She would bring things about that she should be back in Troy within a week or two. She would take advantage of the constant coming and going while the truce lasted, and the issue would be that the Trojans would have both her and Antenor, while to facilitate her return, she had devised a stratagem by which, working on her father's avarice, she might tempt him to desert from the Greek camp back to the city. And truly, says the poet, having fully reported her plausible speech, and truly, as written well I find, that all this thing was said of good intent, and that her hearte true was and kind toward us him, and spake right as she meant, and that she starf for woe nigh when she went, and was in purpose ever to be true, thus right they that of her workes knew. This Troilus, with heart and ears y spread, heard all this thing devised to and fro, And verily it seemed that he had the self o' wit, but yet to let her go, his heart misforgave him evermo'. But finally he gan his heart to rest, to trust to her, and took it for the best. For which the great fury of his penance was quenched with hope, and therewith them between began for joy the amorous dance. And as the birdes, when the sun is sheen, delighten in their song, in leaves green, right so the wordes that they spake ye fair, delighten them, and make their heartes cheer. Yet Troilus was not so well at ease, that he did not earnestly entreat Cressida to observe her promise, for if she came not into Troy at the set day, he should never have health, honor, or joy, and he feared that the stratagem by which she would try to lure her father back would fail, so that she might be compelled to remain among the Greeks. He would rather have them steal away together with sufficient treasure to maintain them all their lives, and even if they went in their bare shirt, he had kin and friends elsewhere who would welcome and honor them. Cressida, with a sigh, right in this wise, answered, "You is, my dear heart true, we may well steal away, as ye devise, and find a such unthrifty way as new, but afterward full sore it will us rue. And help me God so at my most need, as causeless ye suffer all this dread. For thilke day that I for cherishing of dread of father or of other wight, or for estate, delight, or for wedding, be false to you, my Troilus, my knight, Saturn's daughter Juno, through her might, as would, as Athamante do me dwell, eternally in Styx, the pit of hell. And this on every god celestial I swear at you, and eke on each goddess, on every nymph and deity infernal, on satyrs and on faunas more or less, that half a goddess be of wilderness, and Anthropus my thread of life to breast. If I be false, now trow me if you lest. And thou Simois, that as an arrow clear through Troy runnest downward to the sea, bear witness of this word that said is here, that thilke day that I untrue be to Troilus, mine own heart to free, that thou return backward to thy well, and I with body and soul sink in hell. Even yet Troilus was not wholly content, and urged anew his plan of secret flight. But Cressida turned upon him with the charge that he mistrusted her causelessly, and demanded of him that he should be faithful in her absence, else she must die at her return. Troilus promised faithfulness in far simpler and briefer words than Cressida had used. "Grand mercy, good heart mine, you is," quoth she, "and blissful Venus, let me never stir, ere I may stand of pleasance in degree to quite him that so well can deserve. And while that God may will me conserve, I shall do so, so true I have you found, that they honor to me ward shall rebound. For trust well that your estate royal, nor vain delight, nor only worthiness of you in war or tourney martial, nor pomp, array, nobly, or eke riches, ne made me to rue on your distress. But moral virtue, grounded upon truth, that was the cause I first had on you ruth. Eke gentle heart and manhood that ye had, and that ye had, as methought, in despite, everything that sounded unto bad, as rudeness and peopleish appetite, and that your reason bridled your delight, this made aboven every creature, that I was yours and shall while I may dure. And this may length of years not foredue, nor remuable fortune deface, but Jupiter, that of his might may do, the sorrowful to be glad, so give us grace, ere night is 10, to meeten in this place, so that it may your heart and mind suffice, and fare now well, for time is that ye rise." The lovers took a heart-rending adieu, and Troilus, suffering unimaginable anguish, without the more out of the chamber went. End of section 45, read by Brize, Ohio.
Section 46 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems, Section 46. The Fifth Book. Approach again the fatal destiny that Jove hath in disposition, and to you angry Parcae sisters three committeth to do execution, for which Cressida must out of a tune, and Troilus shall dwell forth in pain, till Lachesis his thread no longer tween. The golden tressed Phoebus, ich aloft, free Sadler with his beams clear the snow is molt, and Zephyrus as oft he brucht again the tender leaves green, since that the son of Echoba the queen began to love her first, for whom his sorrow was all that she depart should on the morrow. In the morning Diomed was ready to escort Cressida to the Greek host, and Troilus, seeing him mount his horse, could with difficulty resist an impulse to slay him, but restrained himself lest his lady should be also slain in the tumult. When Cressida was ready to go, this Troilus, in guise of courtesy, with awk on hand and with a huge rout of knichtes rode, and dear company, passing all of the valley far without. And father would have ridden, would have do't full fine, and woe was him to go so soon, but turn he must, and it was eke to dawn. And rift with that was Antenor come out of the Greek's host, and every wished was of it glad, and sighed he was welcome. And Troilus all near his erte licht, pined him with all his full micht, him to withhold from weeping at the least. And Antenor kissed and made a feast. And therewithal he must his leve take, and cast his he upon her piteously, and there he rode his cause for to make, and take her by the hand all soberly. And Lord, so she gan weep tenderly, and he full soft and sleely gan her sigh. Now hold your die, and do not, now hold your die, and do me not to thee. Would that his courser turned he about with Fasapala, and unto Diomed no word he spake, nor none of all his route, of which the son of Tyreus took aid, as that could more than the creed in such a craft, and be the Rhine errant, and Troilus to Troy homeward went. This Diomed that let her be the bril, one that he saw the folk of Troy away thought, all me labor shall not be on idle, if that he may, for somewhat shall he say, for at the worst it may yet short or why. I have heard say eke teams twice 12, he is a fool that will forget himself. But natheless, this thought well enough, that certainly he am about a nocht if that he spake of love, or make it tough. For doubtless if she have in her thought him that he guess, he might not be brucht so soon away, but he shall find a man that she not wit as yet shall what he mean. So he began a general conversation, assured her of not less friendship and honour among the Greeks than she had enjoyed in Troy, and requested of her earnestly to treat him as a brother and accept his service. For at last he said, I am and shall be I, while that my life may dure, your own, above every creature. Thus sad he never e'er knew to woman born, for God mean earth is weasely gladden so. He loved never woman e'er before as paramours, nor ever shall no more. And for the love of God be not me foe, all can I not to you, me laddie dear, comply nor richt, for I am yet to lear. And wonder not, mine own laddie brich, doch that I speak of love to you thus believe, for I have heard there is of many a wish that loved thing he ne'er saw in his life. Eke I am not of poor for to strive against the God of love, but him obey he will alway, and mercy he you pray. Cressida answered his discourses as though she scarcely heard them. Yet she thanked him for his trouble and courtesy, and accepted his offered friendship, promising to trust him as well as she might. Then she alighted from her steed, and, with her heart nigh breaking, was welcomed to the embrace of her father. Meanwhile, Troilus, back in Troy, was lamenting with tears the loss of his love, despairing of his or her ability to survive the 10 days, and spending the night in wailing, sleepless tossing, and troublous dreams. In the morning he was visited by Pandarus, to whom he gave directions for his funeral, desiring that the powder into which his heart was burned should be kept in a golden urn and given to Cressida. Pandarus renewed his old counsels and consolations, reminded his friend that 10 days were a short time to wait, argued against his faith in evil dreams, and urged him to take advantage of the truce and beguile the time by a visit to King Sarpedon, a Lycian prince who had come to aid the Trojans. Sarpedon entertained them splendidly, but no feasting, no pomp, no music of instruments, no singing of fair ladies could make up for the absence of Cressida to the desolate Troilus, who was forever poring upon her old letters and recalling her loved form. Thus he drove to an end the 4th day, and would have then returned to Troy but for the remonstrances of Pandarus, who asked if they had visited Sarpedon only to fetch fire. At last, at the end of a week, they returned to Troy, Troilus hoping to find Cressida again in the city, Pandarus entertaining a skepticism which he concealed from his friend. The morning after their return, Troilus was impatient till he'd gone to the palace of Cressida, but when he found her doors all closed, well nigh for sorrow adown he gan to fall. Therewith, when I was war and gan behold, o'ershut was every window of the place, as frostum thucht his heart gan to cold, for which, with changed deadly palafas without word, he forth began to pass, and as God wold, he gan so fast to rid, that no wicht of his countenance speed. Then sighed he thus, O palace desolate, O us of uses whilom best the east, O palace empty and disconsolate, O thou lantern of which quenched is the licht, O palace whilom die that no art nicht. Well ochtest thou to fall and I to die, since she is gone that wont was us to gie. O palace, whilom crown of us is all illumined with sun of alla bliss, O ring from which the ruby is outfall, O cause of woe that causest been of bliss. Yet, since he may no bet, fine would he kiss the cold doors, thirsty for this root in farewell shrine, of which the saint is out. From thenceforth he readeth up and down, and everything come into remembrance, as he rode by the places of the town in which he whilom had all his pleasance. Lo, yonder saw I mine own laddie dance, and in that temple with her Ian Clare, me cocht the first me richt laddie there. And yonder have I heard full lustily me dere to lach, and yonder ply. So eer ons ek full blissfully, and yonder ons to me gan, she say, No goody sweet, love me well, he pray. And yon so gladly gan she may behold, that to the death me earth is to her old. And at that corner, in the yonder house, ere the mean arrel levis laddie there, so womanly, with voice melodious, sing so well, so godly and so clear, that in me soul yet me thinks I air the blissful sound, and in that yonder place me laddie first me talk unto her grass. Then he went to the gates, and gazed along the way by which he had attended Cressida at her departure. Then he fancied that all the passers-by pitied him, and thus he drove forth a day or two more, singing a song of few words which he had made to lighten his heart. O star, of which he lost have all the licht, with heart sore well och thee to beguile, that ever dark and torment nicht be nicht toward me death, with wind is stare and sail, for which the tenth nicht, if that he fail, the guiding of the Abemus bricht an oor, me ship and me Charybdis will devour. By night he prayed the moon to run fast about her sphere. By day he reproached the tardy sun, dreading that Phaeton had come to life again and was driving the chariot of Apollo out of its straight course. Meanwhile, Cressida, among the Greeks, was bewailing the refusal of her father to let her return, the certainty that her lover would think her false, and the hopelessness of any attempt to steal away by night. Her bright face waxed pale, her limbs lean, as she stood all day looking toward Troy, thinking on her love and all her past delights, regretting that she had not followed the counsel of Troilus to steal away with him, and finally vowing that she would at all hazards return to the city. But she was fated, ere 2 months, to be full far from any such intention, for Diomed now brought all his skill into play to entice Cressida into his net. On the 10th day, Diomed, as fresh as branch in May, came to the tent of Cressida, feigning business with Calchas. Cressida, at short words for to tell, welcomed him, and doon be her him set, and he was aith enough to mak it well, and after this, without a longer let the species and the weaner men forth him fet, and forth they spake of this and that affair as friendes do, of which some shall ye hear. He gan first fallen of the war in speech between them and the folk of Troyatoon, and of the sage he gan eke besage to tell him what was her opinion from that demand he so descended doon to ask her if that her strange faucht the Greekes gies and workes that they rocht. And we her father tarried so long to wed her unto some worthy wished, Cressida that was in her pine strong for love of Troilus, her own knicht, so farforth as she cunning ad or micht, answered him then, but as for his intent, it seemed not she wist what he meant. But natheless this ilke Diomed gan in himself assure, and thus aside, if I richt have taken on your aid, methinketh thus, O laddie mean Cressida, that since he first on your bridal lied, when you ought come of Troy be the morrow, ne micht it never see you but in sorrow. I cannot say what may the cause be, but if for love of some Trojan it were, the which richt sore would ye think of me, that ye for any with that dwell there should ever spill a quarter of a tear, or piteously yourself so beguile, for dreadless it is not worth the wheel. The folk of Troy, as who saith, all and some in prison be, as ye yourself say, for thence not shall not owner leave come for all the gold betwixt the sun and sea. Trust this well and understand me, there shall not unto mercy go leave, I were a lord of world is twice a thief. What will ye more, lovesome laddie dear? Let Troy and Trojan from your earth pass, drive out that bitter up and mak a good cheer, and call again the beauty of your face, that ye will salt a tear so deface. For Troy is brought into such jeopardy, that it to save is no remedy. And think well ye shall in Greekes find a love more perfect, ere that it be nicht an any Trojan is, and more akeened, and better you to serve will do his micht, and if ye votes off, me laddie bricht, he will be to serve you myself, yea, liever than be a lord of Grecus 12. And with that word he gone to wax arrayed, and in his speech a little wheel he quoke, and cast a seed a little with his head, and steent a little, and afterward he woke. And soberly on her he threw his loke, and said, I'll bear to you no joy, as gentleman as any wished in Troy. But to mean, since that I am your man, and you be the first of whom me sake a grass, to serve you as earthly as he can, and ever shall, will ye to live of spas. So ere that he depart out of his place, ye will me grant that he may tomorrow at better leisure tell you me sorrow. We should he tell his words that he sighed. He spake enough for undie at the mest, it proveth well he spake so, that Cressida granted upon the morrow at his request farther to speak with him at the least, so that he would not speak of such matter as thus she sighed to him, as he might hear. And she that had her heart on Troilus so fast set that none mischt her ras, and strangely she spake, and sighed thus, O dear maid, he loved that ilke place where he was born, and Jovis for his grass to deliver it soon of all that doth it care. God for thee micht so leave it well to far. She knows that the Greeks would fain wreak their wrath on Troy if they might, but that shall never befall. She knows that there are Greeks of high condition, though as worthy men would be found in Troy, and she knows that Diomed could serve his lady well. But as to spake of love, he wis, she sighed, he had a lord to whom he wedded was, whose mean earth was all until he died, and other love, as help me no palace, there in mean earth nor is, nor ever was, and that ye be of noble and kindred, and have well ere thee tell a note of dread, and that doth me to have so great a wonder that ye will scorn in any woman so. Eke God wot, love in ye be far asunder. I am disposed bit, so may ye go unto me death, to pine in mock woe. What he shall after do I cannot say, but truly as yet me list not ply. Mine earth is no in tribulation, and ye an armes busy baby die. Hereafter when you won an of the tune parentre, then so it happen may, that when he say that he never e'er sigh, that when he, then will he work that he never e'er rock this word to you enough sufficient ocht. Tomorrow eke will he speak with you fine, so that ye touch nocht of this matter, and when you list, ye may come ere again, and ere you go, thus much ye say ye ere, as help me Pallas with her iris clear, if that he should of any Greek have ruth, it shall be yourself, be me truth. He say not therefore that he will you love, nor say not nay, but in conclusion, it may no well be God that sits above, and therewithal she cast her e'en doon, and gone to sich, and sighed, Oh, Troyatun, yet be the God in quiet and in rest pray, he may you say or do me ere to breast. But in effect, and shortly for to say, this Diomed all freshly new again gone pressing on, and faster mercy pray, and after this, the sort for to sign or glove he took, for which he was full fine. And finally, when it was waxing eve and all was well, he rose and took his leave. Cressida retired to rest. Returning in her soul, I opened doon the words of the sudden Diomed, his great estate, the peril of the tune, and that she was alone, and had a need of friend's help, and thus began to dread the causes we, the sort of her to tell, that she took fully the purpose for to dwell. The morrow come, and ghostly for to spake, this Diomed is come unto Cressida, And shortly, lest the Michal brak, so well he for himself spak inside that all her sieges sorrow doon he lied, and finally the sought for to sign, he reft her the great of all her pine. And after this, the story tells us that she gave the fire by a stayed that which she honest won of Troilus, and eke a broach, and that was little need. That Troilus was, she gave this deal made, and eke, the bit from sorrow him to relieve, she made him wear a pencil of her slave. He find eke in the story elsewhere, when durch the body hurt was deal made be Troilus, she wept many a tear, one that she saw his widow wound displayed, and that she took to keep him good head and for to heal him of his sorrows smart. Men say not that she gave him her heart. Men say not that she gave him her heart. And yet, when Pity had thus completed the triumph of inconstancy, she made bitter moan over her falseness to one of the noblest and worthiest men that ever was. But it was now too late to repent, and at all events she resolved that she would be true to Diomed, all the while weeping for pity of the absent Troilus, to whom she wished every happiness. The 10th day meantime had barely dawned, when Troilus, accompanied by Pandarus, took his stand on the walls to watch for the return of Cressida. Till noon they stood, thinking that every corner from afar was she. Then Troilus said that doubtless her old father bore the parting ill, and had detained her till after dinner, so they went to dine, and returned to their vain observation on the walls. Troilus invented all kinds of explanations for his mistress's delay. Now her father would not let her go till eve. Now she would ride quietly into the town after nightfall, not to be observed. Now he must have mistaken the day. For 5 or 6 days he watched, still in vain, and with decreasing hope. Gradually his strength decayed until he could walk only with a staff, answering the wondering inquiries of his friends by saying that he had a grievous malady about his heart. One day he dreamed that in a forest he saw Cressida in the embrace of a boar, and he had no longer doubt of her falsehood. Pandarus, however, explained away the dream to mean merely that Cressida was detained by her father, who might be at the point of death, and he counseled the disconsolate lover to write a letter by which he might perhaps get at the truth. Troilus complied, entreating from his mistress, at the least, a letter of hope. And the lady answered that she could not come now, but would so soon as she might, at the same time making him great feast, and swearing that she loved him best, of which he found but bottomless behest, bottomless behest. Day by day increased the woe of Troilus. He laid himself in bed, neither eating, nor drinking, nor sleeping, nor speaking, almost distracted by the thought of Cressida's unkindness. He related his dream to his sister Cassandra, who told him that the boar betokened Diomed, and that wheresoever his lady was, Diomed certainly had her heart, and she was his. Weep if thou wilt, or leave, for out of doubt that Diomed is in, and thou art out. Troilus, enraged, refused to believe Cassandra's interpretation. As well, he cried, might such a story be credited of Alcestis, who devoted her life for her husband, and in his wrath he started from bed as though all whole had him imad a lech, resolving to find out the truth at all hazards. The death of Hector, meanwhile, enhanced the sorrow which he endured. But he found time to write often to Cressida, beseeching her to come again and hold her truth, till one day his false mistress, out of pity, wrote him again in these terms. Cupid son, ensample of Godly, O sword of Nichole, source of gentleness, how mich awicht in torment and in dread, and hairless, ye sound as yet gladness. Erteless, ye sick, ye in distress. Since ye with me, nor ye with you, my dial, ye neither sent ye my nor earth nor ale. Your letters full, the paper all ye pinted, come over off mine earth's pit. Complinings, ye have seen with tears all depinted your letter, and ye require me to come again, the which ye may not be. But we'll let that this letter founden where no mention ye mak no, for fear gravest to me, God wot, is your unrest. Your asked, and that the goddess ordinance it seemeth not ye take as for the best. No other thing is in your remembrance, as thinketh me but only your presence. But be not wroth, and that you beseech, but that he tarry is all for wicked speech. For ye have heard well more than a wen, touching us to how things have stood, which ye shall with dissimuling amend, and be not wroth, ye have eke understood, how ye nae do but hold me on, but no force, ye cannot in ye guess, but all truth and all gentleness. Common ye will, but yet in such disjoint, ye stand to know that what year or what day, position, that this shall be that can ye not appoint, but in effect ye pray you as ye may, for your good word and for your friendship aye, for truly will that me lief my door, as for a friend ye may and may assure. Ye pray you on evil ye na take, nor it is short which that ye to you richt. Ye dare not where I am well letters mak, nor never ye ne could ye well indeed. Great effect men nor eat in place elite, the intent is all in not the letters spas, and fare you well, God have ye in his grace. La vostra C. Though we found this letter all strange, and thought it like a calendus of change, Troilus could not believe his lady so cruel as to forsake him. But he was put out of all doubt one day that, as he stood in suspicion and melancholy, he saw a coat armour borne along the street in token of victory before Deiphobus his brother. Deiphobus had won it from Diomed in battle that day, and Troilus, examining out of curiosity, found within the collar a brooch which he had given to Cressida on the morning she left Troy, and which he had pledged her faith to keep forever in remembrance of his sorrow and of him. At this fatal discovery of his lady's untruth, great was the sorrow and plaint of Troilus, but forth her course fortune I gone to old. Cressida loved the son of Tydeus, and Troilus must wape in Carus cold. Such is the world, whoso it can behold. In each estate is little earth's rest. God lend us each to take it for the best. In many a cruel battle Troilus wrought havoc among the Greeks, and often he exchanged blows and bitter words with Diomed, whom he always specially sought. But it was not their lot that either should fall by the other's hand. The poet's purpose, however, he tells us, is to relate not the warlike deeds of Troilus, which Darius has fully told, but his love fortunes. Beseeching every laddie bricht of u, and every gentle woman what ye be, albeit that Cressida was untrue, that for that guilt ye be not wroth with me. Ye may guilt in other bookes say, and gladder ye would written if ye lest of Penelope's truth and good Alcest. Nor say not this only all for men, but most for women that betrayed be, through false folk God give them sorrow, amen, that with their great wit and subtlety betray you, in this commoveth me to speak, and in effect you all pray beware of men, and hearken what ye say. Go, little book, go, little tragedy. There God me maker, yet ere that he die, so send me mich to mak some comedy. but little book no mocking though in thee, but subject be unto all poesy, and kiss the steps where, as thus saith Spas, of Virgil, Ovid, Homer, Lucan, Stasa. And for there is so great diversity in English and in the rating of our tongue, so pray God that none misrate they, nor they mismater for default of tongue. And rare so thou be or else sung that thou be understanding, God is sage, but yet the purpose of me rather speech. The wrath, as he began you for to see of Troilus the Geerkes Bukton there, for thousand is on this maddy, as that was withouten any pair, saving his team Hector as he can hear, but well away, sav only Goddess will dispiteously him slew the fierce Achille. And when that he was slain in this manner, his lichte ghost full blissfully is went up to the hollowness of the seventh sphere, in converse leaving every element, and there he saw with full advisement the erratic stars hearkening harmony, with sounds full of heavenly melody. And down from Venice fast he gan advise this little spot of earth, that with the same brassities and fully gan despise this wretched world, and held all vanity, to respect of the plain felicity that is in heaven above, and at the last the full felicity where'er was slain is looking down a cast. And in himself he laughed, reached at the woe of them that wept for his death so fast, and damned all our works that follow so the blind lust, the which that may not last, and should all our earth on heaven cast. And forth he went, shortly for to tell where as Mercury sorted him to dwell. Such fine hath lo this Troilus for love, such fine hath all his greater worthiness, such fine hath his estate royal above, such fine his lust, such fine hath his noblesse, such fine hath false world's brittleness. And thus began his loving of Cressida, as he have told, and in this wise it did. O young and fresher folk, or she, in which that love upgroweth with your age, repair home from worldly vanity, and of your earth upcasted visage, to thilke God, that after his image you mad, that think of that all is but a fire, this world that passeth soon, as flowers fire. And love him, the which that reached for love upon a cross our souls for to buy, first starf, and rose and sits in heaven above. For he will false no wish, Dari sigh, that will his earth all holy on him lie, and since a best to love is, and most make, what needeth feigned love's for to sake? Lo, here of Paynham's coursed old oratus, lo, hear what all their goddess may avail. Lo, ere this wretched world's appetites, lo, ere the fiend and guerdon for travail of Jove, Apollo, Mars, and such rascaille. Lo, ere the form of all the clerk's speech in poetry, if ere their book is sage. The Envoy of Chaucer. O moral gore, this book I direct to thee, and to the philosophical strode, to vouchsafe where need is to correct of your benignities and zealous good, and to that sooth, and to that sooth fast Christ that starf on road with all my heart, of mercy ever I pray, and to the Lord thus I spake and sigh. Do on and to and fray, etern on leave, that reignest I in fray and to and on, uncircumscribed and almost circumscribed from visible and invisible fon. Defend us in the mercy every one, so mark us, Jesus, for the mercy deen, for love of maid and mother thine benign. Explicit liber Troilus et Cressida. This ends section 46 of Canterbury Tales and Other Poems.
Section 47 of The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Chaucer's Dream, no longer believed to have been written by Chaucer. Chaucer's Dream. Open square bracket. This pretty allegory, or rather conceit, containing one or two passages that for vividness and for delicacy yield to nothing in the whole range of Chaucer's poetry, had never been printed before the year 1597, when it was included in the edition of Spate. Before that date, indeed, A Dream of Chaucer had been printed, but the poem so described was in reality, quote, the Book of the Duchess, or the Death of Blanche, Duchess of Lancaster, close quote, which is not included in the present edition. Spate says that, quote, this dream, devised by Chaucer, seemeth to be a covert report of the marriage of John of Gaunt, the king's son, with Blanche, the daughter of Henry, Duke of Lancaster, who after long love, during the time whereof the poet feigneth them to be dead, were in the end, by consent of friends, happily married, figured by a bird, bringing in his bill an herb, which restored them to life again. Here also is showed Chaucer's match with a certain gentlewoman, who, although she was a stranger, was, notwithstanding, so well liked and loved of the Lady Blanche and her lord, as Chaucer himself also was, that gladly they concluded a marriage between them, unquote. John of Gaunt, at the age of 19, and while yet Earl of Richmond, was married to the Lady Blanche at Reading in May 1359. Chaucer, then a prisoner in France, probably did not return to England till peace was concluded in the following year, so that his marriage to Philippa Roe, the sister of the Duchess Blanche's favorite attendant, Catherine Roe, could not have taken place till some time after that of the Duke. In the poem, it is represented to have immediately followed, but no consequence need be attached to that statement. Enough that it followed at no great interval of time, and that the intimate relations which Chaucer had already begun to form with John of Gaunt might well warrant him in writing this poem on the occasion of the Duke's marriage, and in weaving his own love fortunes with those of the principal figures. In the necessary abridgment of the poem for the present edition, the subsidiary branch of the allegory, relating to the poet's own love affair, has been so far as possible separated from the main branch, which shadows forth the fortunes of John and Blanche. The poem, in full, contains, with an, quote, envoy, unquote, arbitrarily appended, 2,233 lines, of which 510 are given here, closed square bracket. Open parentheses. Transcriber's note. Modern scholars believe that Chaucer was not the author of this poem. Close parentheses. When Flora, the Queen of Plaisance, had wholly, achieved the obeisance, won the obedience, of the fresh and the new saison, thorough every region, and with her mantle, whole covert, wholly covered, what winter had, made discovert, stripped, on a May night, the poet lay alone, thinking of his lady and all her beauty, and, falling asleep, he dreamed that he was in an island where wall and gate was all of glass, and so was closed round about, that leaveless, without permission, none came in nor out, uncouth and strange to behold, for every gate of fine gold, 1,000 fanes, veins, weathercocks, turning, untuned, contrived so as to admit, had, and birds singing diversely, on each fane a pair, a musical sound with open mouth, against the air, open angle bracket 1, closed angle bracket, and of a suit, of the same plan, were all the towers, Subtly, carve and aft, carved to represent, flowers of uncouth colors, adoring a, lasting forever, that never be none seen in May, with many a small turret high, but man alive I could not sigh, see, nor creatures, save ladies play, disporting themselves, which were such of their array, that, as methought, of goodly head, for comeliness, they passed all, and woman had. For to behold them dance and sing, it seemed like none earthly thing. And all were of the same age, save one, who was advanced in years, though no less gay in demeanor than the rest, while he stood admiring the richness and beauty of the place, and the fairness of the ladies, which had the notable gift of enduring unimpaired till death. The poet was accosted by the old lady, to whom he had to yield himself prisoner, because the ordinance of the isle was, that no man should dwell there, and the ladies' fear of breaking the law was enhanced by the temporary absence of their queen from the realm. Just at this moment the cry was raised that the queen came. All the ladies hastened to meet her, and soon the poet saw her approach. But in her company his mistress, wearing the same garb, and a seemly knight. All the ladies wondered greatly at this, and the queen explained, My sisters, how it hath befall, befallen, I trow ye know it one and all, that of long time here have I been within this isle biding as queen, living at ease, that never wight more perfect joy have not might, and to you been of governance, such as you found in whole Plaisance. Open angle bracket 2, closed angle bracket. In everything as ye know, after our custom and our law, which how they first founded were, I trow ye wot all the mannerer, and who the queen is of this isle, as I have been this long while. Each 7 years must, of usage, visit the heavenly hermitage, which on a rock so high stands, in a strange sea, out from all lands, that for to make the pilgrimage is called a perilous voyage. For if the wind be not good friend, the journey dureth to the end of him which that it undertakes. Of 20,000 not one scapes, upon which rock groweth a tree, that certain years bears apple 3, which 3 apples whoso may have, is, from all displaisance ye save, safe from all pain, that in the 7 years may fall. This wot you well, both one and all. For the first apple and the hext, highest, open angle bracket 3, closed angle bracket, which groweth unto you the next, hath 3 virtues notable, and keepeth youth durable, beauty, and looks ever in one, continually, and is the best of every one. The second apple, red and green, only with looks of your eyne, you nourishes in great plaisance, better than partridge or faisans, pheasant, and feedeth every living wight pleasantly, only with the sight. And the third apple of the 3, which groweth lowest on the tree, whoso it beareth may not fail, fail to obtain, that, that which, to his plaisance may avail. So your pleasure and beauty rich, your adoring youth every lich, alike, your truth, your cunning, knowledge, and your weal, hath flowered, and your good heel, without sickness or displaisance, or thing that to you was noyance, offense, injury, so that you have as goddesses lived above all princesses. Now is befallen, as ye may see, to gather these said apples 3, I have not failed, against the day, thitherward to take the way, weening to speed, expecting to succeed, as I had oft. But when I came, I found aloft my sister, which that hero stands, having those apples in her hands, advising, regarding, gazing on, them, and nothing said, but looked as she were, well apaid, satisfied, and as I stood her to behold, thinking how my joys were cold, since I these apples, have not might, might not have, even with that so came this knight, and in his arms, of me unware, me took, and to his ship me bare, and said, though him I ne'er had seen, yet had I long his lady been, wherefore I should with him wend, and he would, to his life's end, my servant be, and gan to sing, as one that had won a rich thing. Then were my spirits from me gone, so suddenly every one, that in me appeared but death, for I felt neither life nor breath, nor good no harm, none I knew, the sudden pain me was so new, that, had not the hasty grace be, had it not been for the prompt kindness, of this lady, that from the tree of her gentleness so bled, hastened, me to comforten, I had died. And of her 3 apples she won into mine hand there put a none, which brought again my mind and breath, and me recovered from the death. Wherefore to her so am I hold, beholden, obliged, that for her all things do I wold. For she was leech, physician, of all my smart, and from great pain so quit, delivered my heart. And as God wot, right as ye hear, me to comfort with friendly cheer, she did her prowess and her might. And truly eke so did this knight, in that he could, and often said, that of my woe he was, ill paid, distressed, ill pleased, and cursed the ship that him there brought, the mast, the master that it wrought. And, as each thing must have an end, my sister here, our bother friend, (4), gan with her words so womanly this night entreat, and cunningly, for mine honour and hers also, and said that with her we should go both in her ship, where she was brought, which was so wonderfully wrought, so clean, so rich, and so arrayed, that we were both content and paid, satisfied, and me to comfort and to please, and my heart for to put at ease. She took great pain in little while, and thus hath brought us to this isle, as ye may see. Wherefore each one I pray you thank her one and one, as heartily as ye can devise, or imagine in any wise. Unquote. At once there then men might seein a world of ladies fall on kneein before my lady, thanking her, and placing themselves at her commandment. Then the queen sent the aged lady to the knight, to learn of him why he had done her all this woe. And when the messenger had discharged her mission, telling the knight that in the general opinion he had done amiss, he fell down suddenly as if dead for sorrow and repentance. Only with great difficulty, by the queen herself, was he restored to consciousness and comfort. But though she spoke kind and hope-inspiring words, her heart was not in her speech. For her intent was to his barge him for to bring against the eve, with certain ladies, and take leave, and pray him of his gentleness to suffer her let her dwell thenceforth in peace, as other princes had before, and from thenceforth for evermore she would him worship in all wise that gentleness might devise, and pain her make her utmost efforts wholly to fulfill in honor his pleasure and will. Enduring thus this night's woe, present there being present the queen and other mole, my lady and many another wight, 10,000 ships at a sight I saw come o'er the wavy flood, with sail and oar, that, as I stood them to behold, I gan marvail, from whom might come so many a sail. For, since the time that I was born, such a navy there beforn had I not seen, nor so arrayed, that for the sight my heart played, to and fro within my breast. For joy long was ere it would rest. For there were sails, full of flowers, embroidered with flowers, after, castles with huge towers, (5), seeming full of arms bright, that wondrous lusty, pleasant, was the sight, with large tops and masts long, richly depainted, and, reared among, raised among them, at certain times gan repair small birds down from the air, and on the ship's bounds, bulwarks, about, sat and sang, with voice full out, ballads and lays right joyously, as they could in their harmony. The ladies were alarmed and sorrow-stricken at sight of the ships, thinking that the knight's companions were on board, and they went towards the walls of the isle to shut the gates. But it was Cupid who came, and he had already landed, and marched straight to the place where the knight lay. Then he chid the queen for her unkindness to his servant, shot an arrow into her heart, and passed through the crowd until he found the poet's lady, whom he saluted and complimented, urging her to have pity on him that loved her. While the poet, standing apart, was revolving all this in his mind, and resolving truly to serve his lady, he saw the queen advance to Cupid with a petition in which she besought forgiveness of past offences, and promised continual and zealous service till her death. Cupid smiled, and said that he would be king within that island, his new conquest. Then, after long conference with the queen, he called a council for the morrow, of all who chose to wear his colours. In the morning, such was the press of ladies, that scarcely could standing room be found in all the plain. Cupid presided, and one of his counsellors addressed the mighty crowd, promising that ere his departure his lord should bring to an agreement all the parties there present. Then Cupid gave to the knight and the dreamer each his lady, promised his favour to all the others in that place who would truly and busily serve and love, and at evening took his departure. Next morning, having declined the proffered sovereignty of the island, the poet's mistress also embarked, leaving him behind. But he dashed through the waves, was drawn on board her ship from peril of death, and graciously received into his lady's lasting favour. Here the poet awakes, finding his cheeks and body all wet with tears, and, removing into another chamber, to rest more in peace, he falls asleep anew, and continues the dream. Again he is within the island, where the knight and all the ladies are assembled on a green, and it is resolved by the assembly, not only that the knight shall be their king, but that every lady there shall be wedded also. It is determined that the knight shall depart that very day, and return, within 10 days, with such a host of benedicts, that none in the isle need lack husbands. The knight a nun into a little barge brought was, late against an eve, whereof all he took his leave. Which barge was, as a man thought, aft, according to, his pleasure to him brought. The queen herself accustomed, in the same barge to play, take her sport. It needed neither mast nor rudder, rudder. I have not heard of such another, nor master for the governance, steering. It sailed by thought and plaisance, without labour, east and west. All was one, calm or tempest, (6), and I went with, at his request, and was the first prayed to the feast, the bridal feast, when he came unto his country, and passed had the wavy sea. In a haven deep and large he left his rich and noble barge, and to the court, shortly to tell, he went, where he was wont to dwell, and was gladly received as king by the estates of the land, For during his absence his father, quote, old and wise and hoar, unquote, had died, commending to their fidelity his absent son. The prince related to the estates his journey, and his success in finding the princess in quest of whom he had gone 7 years before, and said that he must have 60,000 guests at his marriage feast. The lords gladly guaranteed the number within the set time, but afterwards they found that 15 days must be spent in the necessary preparations. Between shame and sorrow, the prince, thus compelled to break his faith, took to his bed, and, in wailing and self-reproach, endured the days 15, till that the lords, on an evening, evening, him came and told they ready were, and showed in few words there how and what wise they had, purveyed for his estate, provided suitably to his rank, and to him said, that 20,000 knights of name, and 40,000 without blame, all come of noble line, line, lineage, together in a company were lodged on a river's side, him and his pleasure there to bide. The prince then for joy uprose, and where they lodged were, he goes, without more, that same night, and there his supper, made to dight, had prepared, and with them bode, abode, waited, till it was day, and forthwith to take his journey, leaving the strait, holding the large, till he came to his noble barge. And when the prince, this lusty knight, with his people in arms bright, was come where he thought to pass, crossed to the isle, and knew well none abiding was behind, but all were there present, for with the none all his intent he told them there, and made his cries, proclamation, thorough his host that day twice, commanding every living wight there being present in his sight, to be the morrow on the rivage, shore, there he begin would his voyage. The morrow come, the cry was kept, proclamation was obeyed, but few were there that night that slept, but trust and pervade, packed up and provided, for the morrow, for fault, lack, shortage, of ships was all their sorrow, for, save the barge, and other two, of ships there I saw no more. Thus in their doubts as they stood, waxing the sea, coming the flood, was cried, quote, to ship go every wight, unquote. Then was but, high, that high him might, whoever could hasten, did, and to the barge, methought, each one they went, without was left not one, horse, nor mail, trunk, wallet, truss, nor baggage, salad, helmet, open angle bracket 7, closed angle bracket, spear, garde de bras, double asterisk, arm shield, open angle bracket 8, closed angle bracket, nor page, but was lodged in room enough, at which shipping methought I loth, laughed, and gan to marvel in my thought, however such a ship was wrought, constructed. For, what people that can increase, however the numbers increased, nor ne'er so thick might be the prease, press, crowd, but all had room at will, there was not one was lodged ill. For, as I trow, myself the last was one, and lodged by the mast, and where I looked I saw such room as all were lodged in a town. Forth went the ship, said was the creed, open angle bracket 9, closed angle bracket, and on their knees, for their good speed, to pray for success, down kneeled every wight a while, and prayed fast that to the isle they might come in safety, the prince and all the company, with worship and without blame, or disclander, reproach, slander, of his name, of the promise he should return within the time he did sojourn in his land biding, waiting for his host. This was their prayer least and most, to keep the day it might not be'n that he appointed with the queen. Wherefore the prince slept neither day nor night, till he and his people landed on the glass-walled isle, weening to be in heaven that night, But ere they had gone a little way, they met a lady all in black, with piteous countenance, who reproached the prince for his untruth, and informed him that, unable to bear the reproach to their name, caused by the lightness of their trust in strangers, the queen and all the ladies of the isle had vowed neither to eat, nor drink, nor sleep, nor speak, nor cease weeping till all were dead. The queen had died the first, and half of the other ladies had already, under the earth ta'en lodging new, The woeful recorder of all these woes invites the prince to behold the queen's hearse. Come within, come see her hearse, where ye shall see the piteous sight that ever yet was shown to-night. For ye shall see ladies stand, each with a great rod in hand, clad in black, with visage white, ready each other for to smite, if any be that will not weep, or who makes countenance to sleep. They be so beat, that all so blue they be as cloth that dyed is new. Scarcely has the lady ceased to speak, when the prince plucks forth a dagger, plunges it into his heart, and, drawing but one breath, expires. For which cause the lusty host, which, stood, in battle on the coast, at once for sorrow such a cry gan rear, thorough, throughout the company, that to the heaven heard was the sound, and under the earth as far adown, and wild beasts for the fear so suddenly afraid, afraid were, that for the doubt, while they might dure, have a chance of safety, they ran as of their lives unsure, from the woods into the plain, and from valleys the high mountain they sought, and ran as beasts blind, that clean forgotten had their kind, nature. The lords of the laggard host ask the woebegone lady what should be done. She answers that nothing can now avail, but that for remembrance they should build in their land, open to public view, in some notable old city, a chapel engraved with some memorial of the queen. And straightway, with a sigh, she also, passed her breath, Then said the lords of the host, and so concluded least and most, that they would, in houses of thatch, thatch, their lives lead, 10, and wear but black, and forsake all their plaisances, and turn all joys to penances, and bear the dead prince to the barge, and named, them should, those who should, have the charge, and to the hearse where lay the queen the remnant went, and down on kneen, holding their hands on high, gan cry, mercy, mercy, ever reach thry, each one thrice, and cursed the time that ever sloth should have such masterdom of troth. And to the barge, a long mile, they bear her forth, and, in a while, all the ladies, one and one, by companies were brought each one, and passed the sea, and took the land, and in new hearses, on a sand, put and brought were all anon, unto a city closed with stone, where it had been used, the kings of the land to lay, after they reigned in honours, and writ was which were conquerors, in an abbey of nuns black, which accustomed were to wake, and of usage rise each a night, to pray for every living wight. And so befell, as is the guise, ordained and said was the service of the prince and eke of the queen, so devoutly as might be'n. And, after that, about the hearses, many orisons and verses, without note, music, 11, full softly said were, and that full heartily, that all the night till it was day, the people in the church gan pray unto the Holy Trinity, of those souls to have pity. And when the night past and run was, and the new day begun, the young morrow with rays red, which from the sun all o'er gan spread, a tempered clement, calm, clear was and fair, and made a time of wholesome air. Befell a wondrous case, chance, event, and strange among the people, and gan change soon the word, and every woe unto a joy, and some to two. A bird, all feathered blue and green, with bright rays like gold between, a small thread over every joint, all full of colour strange and quaint, quaint, uncouth, unfamiliar, and wonderful to sight, upon the queen's hearse gan light, and sung full low and softly 3 songs in their harmony, unleaded of, unhindered by, every wight, till at the last an aged knight, which seemed a man in great thought, like as he set all thing at naught, with visage and eyes all forwept, steeped in tears, and pale, as a man long unslept, by the hearses as he stood, with hasty handling of his hood unto a prince that by him passed, made the bird somewhat aghast, frightened, wherefore he rose and left his song, and departed from us among, and spread his wings for to pass by the place where he entered was. And in his haste, shortly to tell, him hurt, that backward down he fell, from a window richly paint, with lives of many a divers saint, and beat his wings and bled fast, and of the hurt thus died and passed, and lay there well an hour and more, till, at the last, of birds a score came and assembled at the place where the window broke was, and made such wymentation, lamentation, that pity was to hear the sound, and the warbles of their throats, and the complaint of their notes, which from joy clean was reversed. And of them one the glass soon pierced, and in his beak, of colours 9, an herb he brought, flowerless, all green, full of small leaves, and plain, smooth, swart, black, and long, with many a vein. And where his fellow lay thus dead, this herb he down laid by his head, and dressed, arrange, it full softly, and hung his head, and stood thereby, which herb, in less than half an hour, gan over all knit, bud, and after flower full out, and waxed ripe the seed, and, right as one another feed would, in his beak he took the grain, and in his fellow's beak certain it put, and thus within the third, i.e. 3rd hour after it, up stood and pruned him the bird, had died, which dead had been in all our sight, and both together forth their flight took, singing, from us, and their leave was none disturbed them would nor grieve. And, when they parted were and gone, the abbess the seed soon each one gathered had, and in her hand the herb she took well avisand, considering, open angle bracket 12, closed angle bracket, the leaf, the seed, the stalk, the flower, and said it had a good savour, and was no common herb to find, and well approved of, uncouth kind, strange nature, and more than other virtuous, whoso might it have for to use in his need, flower, leaf, or grain, of his heel might be certain, open square bracket, she, closed square bracket, laid it down upon the hearse where lay the queen, and gan rehearse each one to other what they had seen. And, tailing thus, as they gossiped, the seed waxed green, and on the dry hearse gan to spring, which methought was a wondrous thing. And, after that, flower and new seed, of which the people all took heed, and said it was some great miracle, or medicine fine more than treacle, open angle bracket 12, closed angle bracket, and were well done there to assay if it might ease, in any way, the corpses, which with torchlight they waked had there all that night. Soon did the lords there consent, and all the people thereto content, with easy words and little fare, asterisk, asterisk, ado, trouble, and made the queen's visage bare, which showed was to all about, wherefore in swoon fell all the rout, asterisk, asterisk, company, crowd, and were so sorry, most and least, that long of weeping they not ceased, for of their lord the remembrance unto them was such displaisance, asterisk, asterisk, cause of grief, that for to live they called pain, so were they very true and plain. And after this the good abbess of the grains gan choose and dress, asterisk, asterisk, prepare, 3, with her fingers clean and smale, asterisk, asterisk, small, and in the queen's mouth, by tale, one after other, full easily she put, and eke full cunningly, asterisk, asterisk, skillfully, which showed some such virtue, that proved was the medicine true. For with the smiling countenance the queen uprose, and of usance, asterisk, asterisk, custom, as she was wont, to every wight she, asterisk, made good cheer, asterisk, asterisk, showed a gracious countenance, asterisk, for which sight the people, kneeling on the stones, thought they in heaven were, soul and bones, and to the prince, where that he lay, they went to make the same assay, asterisk, asterisk, trial, experiment. And when the queen it understood, and how the medicine was good, she prayed that she might have the grains, to relieve him from the pains which she and he had both endured, and to him went, and so him cured, that, within a little space, lusty and fresh alive he was, and in good heel, and whole of speech, and laughed, and said, asterisk, quote, gramercy, leech, unquote, asterisk, asterisk, quote, great thanks, my physician, unquote, asterisk, for which the joy throughout the town so great was, that the bells' sound afraid the people a journey, asterisk, asterisk, to the distance of a day's journey, asterisk, about the city every way, and came and asked the cause, and why they Rungan were so stately, asterisk, asterisk, proudly, solemnly. And after that the queen, the abbess, made diligence, open angle bracket 14, closed angle bracket, ere they would cease, such that of ladies soon a rout, asterisk, asterisk, company, crowd, suing, asterisk, asterisk, following, the queen was all about, and, called by name each one and told, asterisk, asterisk, numbered, was none forgotten, young nor old. There might men see joys new, when the medicine, fine and true, thus restored had every wight, so well the queen as the knight, unto perfect joy and heal, that, asterisk, floating they were in such weal, asterisk, asterisk, swimming in such happiness, asterisk, as folk that wouldn't in no wise desire more perfect paradise. On the morrow a general assembly was convoked, and it was resolved that the wedding feast should be celebrated within the island. Messengers were sent to strange realms to invite kings, queens, duchesses, and princesses, and a special embassy was dispatched in the magic barge to seek the poet's mistress, who was brought back after 14 days, to the great joy of the queen. Next day took place the wedding of the prince and all the knights to the queen and all the ladies, and a 3 months' feast followed, on a large plain, quote, under a wood, in a champaign, betwixt a river and a well, where never had abbey nor cell been, nor church, house, nor village, in time of any man's age, unquote. On the day after the general wedding, all entreated the poet's lady to consent to crown his love with marriage. She yielded, The bridal was splendidly celebrated, and to the sound of marvelous music the poet awoke, to find neither lady nor creature, but only old portraitures on the tapestry, of horsemen, hawks, and hounds, and hurt deer full of wounds. Great was his grief that he had lost all the bliss of his dream. And he concludes by praying his lady so to accept his love's service, that the dream may turn to reality. Or else, without more I pray, that this night, ere it be day, I may unto my dream return, and sleeping so forth sojourn about the Isle of Plaisance, under my lady's obeisance, subject to my lady, in her service, and in such wise as it may please her to devise, and grace once to be accepted, like as I dreamed when I slept, endure 1,000 year and 10 in her good will. Amen, amen. Footnote. Notes to Chaucer's Dream. 1. The birds on the weather vanes were set up facing the wind, so that it entered their open mouths, and by some mechanism produced the musical sound. 2. And to you been of governance, such as you found in whole Plaisance, that is, and have governed you in a manner which you have found wholly pleasant, 3. Hext, highest, from high, as next, from nigh, Compare the sounds of the German, höchst, highest, and nöst, next. 4. Your brother friend, is the common reading, but the phrase has no apparent applicability, and perhaps the better reading is, our bother friend, that is, the lady who has proved herself a friend both to me and to you. In the same way, reason, in Troilus's soliloquy on the impending loss of his mistress, is made, addressing Troilus and Cressida, to speaks of, your bother, or, both, love. 5. The ships had high embattled poops and forecastles, as in medieval ships of war. 6. Compare Spenser's account of Phaedria's bark in, The Faery Queen, Canto, Sex, Book, Dua, and Mutantis Mutantis, Chaucer's description of the wondrous horse, in The Squire's Tale. 7. Salad, a small helmet, French, salade, 8. Guard brace, French, garde de brace, an arm shield, probably resembling the, gay bracer, which the yeoman, in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales, wears on his arm. 9. Confession and prayer were the usual preliminaries of any enterprise in those superstitious days, and in these days of enlightenment the fashion yet lingers among the most superstitious class, the fisher folk. 10. The knights resolved that they would quit their castles and houses of stone for humble huts. 11. The knight and lady were buried without music, although the office for the dead was generally sung. 12. Avisand, considering, present participle from, avise, or, advise, 13. Treacle, corrupted from Latin, terisca, and antidote. The word is used for medicine in general. 14. The abbess made diligence, i.e., to administer the grain to the dead ladies. End footnote. End of section 47.
Section 48 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Prologue to the Legend of Good Women. Some difference of opinion exists as to the date at which Chaucer wrote the Legend of Good Women. those who would fix the date at a period not long before the poet's death, who would place the poem indeed among his closing labors, support their opinion by the fact that the prologue recites most of Chaucer's principal works, and glances besides at a long array of other productions, too many to be fully catalogued. But on the other hand, it is objected that the legend makes no mention of the Canterbury Tales as such, while two of those tales, the Knights and the Second Nuns, are enumerated by the titles which they bore as separate compositions before they were incorporated in the great collection, the Love of Palamon and Arcite and the Life of Saint Cecile. See Note 1 to the Second Nun's Tale. Tyrwhitt seems perfectly justified in placing the composition of the poem immediately before that of Chaucer's magnum opus, and after the marriage of Richard II to his first queen, Anne of Bohemia. That event took place in 1382, and since it is to Anne that the poet refers when he makes Alcestis bid him give his poem to the queen at Etham or at Sheen, the legend could not have been written earlier. The old editions tell us that several ladies in the court took offense at Chaucer's large speeches against the untruth of women. Therefore the queen enjoined him to compile this book in the commendation of sundry maidens and wives who showed themselves faithful to faithless men. This seems to have been written after The Flower and the Leaf. Evidently it was, for distinct references to that poem are to be found in the prologue, but more interesting is the indication which it furnishes that Troilus and Cressida was the work, not of the poet's youth, but of his maturer age. We could hardly expect the Queen, whether of love or of England, to demand seriously from Chaucer a retraction of sentiments which he had expressed a full generation before, and for which he had made atonement by the splendid praise of true love sung in The Court of Love, The Cuckoo and the Nightingale, and other poems of youth and middle life. But Troilus and Cressida is coupled with the Romance of the Rose as one of the poems which had given offense to the servants and the god of love. Therefore, we may suppose it to have more prominently engaged courtly notice at a later period of the poet's life than even its undoubted popularity could explain. At whatever date or in whatever circumstances undertaken, the legend of good women is a fragment. There are several signs that it was designed to contain the stories of 25 ladies, although the number of good women is in the poem itself set down at 19, but 9 legends only were actually composed or have come down to us. They are those of Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, 126 lines, Thisbe of Babylon, 218, Dido, Queen of Carthage, 442, Hypsipyle and Medea, 312, Lucrece of Rome, 206, Ariadne of Athens, 340, Philomena, 167, Phyllis, 168, and Hypermnestra, 162. Prefixed to these stories, which are translated or initiated from Ovid, is a prologue containing 579 lines, the only part of the legend given in the present edition. It is by far the most original, the strongest, and most pleasing part of the poem. The description of spring and of his enjoyment of that season are in Chaucer's best manner, and the political philosophy by which Alcides mitigates the wrath of Cupid adds another to the abounding proofs that, for his knowledge of the world, Chaucer fairly merits the epithet of many-sided, which Shakespeare has won by his knowledge of man. 1,000 times have I heard it tell that there is joy in heaven and pain in hell, and I accord it well that it is so, but natheless you wot, I well also, that there is none dwelling in this country, that either half in heaven or hell you be, nor may of it no other way is witten, but as he hath heard said or found it written, for by a say there may no man it prove. But God forbid that men should believe well more thing than men have seen with eye. Men shall not weenen everything a lie, but if himself it seeth, or else doeth, For God wot, thing is never the less sooth, though every wight may not it ye see. Bernard the monka saw not all party, then must we to bookas that we find, through which that olde things be in mind, and to the doctrine of these olde wise, give credence in every skilful wise, that tellin of these old approved stories, of holiness, of regness, of victories, of love, of hate, and other sundry things, of which I may not make rehearsings, and if that olde bookas were away, ye lorn were of all remembrance the key, well ought we then to honor and believe these bookas, where we have none other proof. And as for me, though that I know but light, on bookas for to read I me delight, and to them give I faith and good credence, and in my heart have them in reverence, so heartily that there is game none, that from my bookas maketh me to goen, but it be seldom on the holy day. Save certainly when that the month of May is comin', and I hear the fowlers sing, and that the flowers ginnin for to spring, farewell my book and my devotion. Now have I then such a condition, that above all the flowers in the mead, then love I most these flowers white and red, such that men call days eyes in our town. To them I have so great affection, as I said erst, when comin' is the May, that in my bed there dawneth me no day, that I am na up and walking in the mead, to see this flower against the sun is spread, when it upriseth early by the morrow. That blissful sight softeneth all my sorrow, so glad am I, when that I have presence of it, to do it all reverence, as she that is of all flowers flower, fulfilled of all virtue and honor, and ever alike fair and fresh of hue. As well in winter as in summer new, this love I ever and shall until I die. All swear I not, of this I will not lie, there loved no wight hotter in his life. And when that it is eve, I run a blithe, as soon as ever the sun begins to west, to see this flower, how it will go to rest, for fear of night, so hateth she darkness. Her cheer is plainly spread in the brightness of the sunna, for there it will unclose. Alas, that I had English, rhyme, or prose, sufficient this flower to praise aright. But help me, ye that have cunning or might, ye lovers that can make of sentiment, in this case ought ye to be diligent, to further me somewhat in my labor, whether ye be with the leaf or the flower. For well I wot that ye have herebefore of making ropen and let away the corn, and I come after, gleaning here and there, and am full glad if I may find an ear of any goodly word that you have left. And though it have me to rehearsen oft what ye have in your freshest song is said, forbear me, and be not evil apaid, since that ye see I do it in the honor of love, and eke in service of the flower, whom that I serve as I have wit or might. She is the clearness and the very light, that in this darker world me winds and leads, the heart within my sorrowful breast you dreeds, and love so sore that ye be verily the mistress of my wit, and nothing I. My word, my works are knit so in your bond, that as a harp obeyeth to the hand that makes it sound after his fingering, right so may ye out of my heart to bring such voice, right as you list, to laugh or plaint, be ye my guide and lady sovereign. As to mine earthly God, to you I call, both in this work and in my sorrows all. But wherefore that I spake to give credence to old stories, and do them reverence, and that men musta more things believe, than they may see at eye, or else prove. That shall I say when that I see my time. I may not all at once speak in rhyme, my busy ghost that thirsteth always new, to see this flower so young, so fresh of hue, constrained me with so greedy desire, that in my heart I feele yet the fire, that made me to rise ere it were day, and this was now the first morrow of May, with dreadful heart and glad devotion, for to be at the resurrection of this flower, when that it should unclose against the sun, there rose as red as rose, that in the breast was of their beast that day, that Agenora's daughter led away. And down on knees anon right I me set, and as I could this freshe flower I gret, kneeling away till it unclosed was, upon the smallest, softest, sweete grass, that was with flowers sweet embroidered all, of such sweetness and such odour o'er all, that for to speak of gum, or herb, or tree, comparison may none ye make it be. For it surmounteth plainly all odours, and for rich beauty the most gay of flowers. Forgotten had the earth his poor estate of winter, that him naked made and mate, and with his sword of cold so sore grieved. Now hath the attemper sun all that relieved, that naked was, and clad it new again. The smalle fowles of the season fain, that of the panther and the net be scaped, upon the fowler that them made awaped in winter, and destroyed had their brood. In his despite, them thought it did them good to sing of him, and in their song despise this foule churl, that, for his covetous, had them betrayed with his sophistry. This was their song. The fowler we defy, and all his craft. And some sung clear layers of love, that joy it was to hear, in worshipping and praising of their make, and for the blissful newest summer's sake. Upon the branches full of blossom soft, in their delight they turned them full oft, and sunga, Blessed be Saint Valentine, for on his day I chose you to be mine, without the repenting my heart to sweet. And therewithal their heels began to meet, yielding honor and humble obeisances to love, and did their other observances, that longen unto love and to nature. Construe as you list, I do not cure, and those that had it done unkindness, as doth the Tidite for newfangleness, besought mercy for their trespassing, and humbly sanga their repenting, and swore upon the blossoms to be true, so that their mates would upon them rue, and at the lasta made their accord. All found the danger for a time allured, yet pity, through her stronger gentle might, forgave and made mercy pass aright, through innocence and ruled courtesy. But I Nichole not innocence folly, nor false pity, for virtue is the mean, as ethics saith, in such manner I mean. And thus these fowles, void of all malice, accorded unto love, and left the vice of hate, and sangen all of one accord. Welcome, summer, our governor and lord. And Zephyrus and Flora gentilly gave to the flowers, soft and tenderly, their sweete breath, and made them for to spread, as god and goddess of the flowery mead, in which methought I mighte, day by day, dwell in alway the jolly month of May, without to sleep, without to meat or drink. Adown full softly I began to sink, and leaning on mine elbow and my side, the long a day I shope to abide, for nothing else, and I shall not lie, but for to look upon the daisy, that men by reason well it call a May, the day is eye, or else the eye of day, the empress and the flower of flowers all. I pray to God that fairer may she fall, and all that love flowers for her sake. But natheless, ween not that I make, in praising of the flower against the leaf, no more than of the corn against the sheaf. For as to me is liever none nor loather, I na am withholden, yet with neither na other, nor I na aught, who serve as leaf, nor who the flower, well brook away their service or labor, For this thing is all of another tune, of old story, ere such thing was begun. When that the sun out of the south gan west, and that this flower gan close and go to rest, for darkness of the night, the which she dread, home to my house full swiftly I me sped, to go to rest, and early for to rise, to see this flower spread as I devise. And in a little arbor that I have, that benched was of turfus fresh y grave, I bade men should of me my couche make, for dainty of the newer summer's sake, I bade them strow of flowers on my bed. When I was laid, and had mine eyen hid, I fell asleep. Within an hour or two, me metta how I lay in the meadow though, to see this flower that I love so and dread. And from afar came walking in the mead the god of love, and in his hand a queen. And she was clad in royal habit green, a fret of gold she had annexed her hair, and upon that a white crown she bare, with flowerings small, and, as I shall not lie, for all the world bright as a daisy, your crown it is, with white leaves light. So were the flowerings of her crown a white. For of one pearl fine, oriental, her white crown was ye make it all, for which the white crown above the green made her like a daisy for to seein, considered, eke her fret of gold above. Ye clothed was this mighty god of love, in silk embroidered, full of green greaves, in which there was a fret of red rose leaves, the freshest since the world was first begun. His gilt hair was ye crowned with a sun, instead of gold, for heaviness and weight. Therewith methought his face shone so bright, that well uneathers might I him behold, and in his hand methought I saw him hold two fiery darts, as the gleedes red, and angel-like his winges saw I spread. And all be that men say that blind is he, all gate methoughtha that he might well see, for sternly upon me he gan behold, so that his looking did my heart a cold. And by the hand he held this noble queen, crowned with white and clothed all in green, so womanly, so benign, and so meek, that in this worlde, though that men would seek, half of her beauty should they not find in creature that formed is by kind, and therefore may I say, as thinketh me, this song in praising of this lady free. Hide, Absalom, thy guilt of tresses clear. Esther, lay thou thy meekness all adown. Hide, Jonathan, all thy friendly manner. Penelope and Marcia Catoon, make of your wifehood no comparison. Hide ye your beauties, Esud and Helene. My lady comes, that all this may disdain. Thy fairer body, let it not appear. Lavine, and thou, Lucrece of Rome town, and Polixene, that bought the love so dear, and Cleopatra, with all thy passion, hide ye your truth of love and your renown, and thou, Thisbe, that hadst of love such pain, my lady comes, that all this may disdain. Hero, Dido, Laodamia ye fear, and Phyllis, hanging for Demophoon, and Canace, espied by thy cheer, Hypsipyle, betrayed by Jason, make of your trutha neither boast nor sound, nor Hypernestra, nor Ariadne, ye twain, my lady comes, that all this may disdain. This ballad may full well ye sungen be, as I have said erst, by my lady free, for certainly all these may not suffice to appair with my lady in no wise. For as the sunna will the fire disdain, so passeth all my lady sovereign, that is so good, so fair, so debonair, I pray to God that ever fall her fair. For, ne had a comfort been of her presence, I had been dead, without any defence, for dread of love's wordes and his cheer, as, when time is, hereafter ye shall hear. Behind this god of love upon the green, I saw coming of ladies 19, in royal habit, a full easy pace, and after them of women such a trace, that since that God Adam had made of earth the third a part of mankind, or the fourth. No weened I not by possibility had ever in this wide world ye be, and true of love these women were each one. Now whether was that a wonder thing or none, that right anon as that they gan espy this flower, which that I call the daisy, full suddenly they stenten all at once, and kneeled down as it were for the nonce, and sang with one voice, Heal and honor to truth of womanhead and to this flower, that bears out all her prize and figuring, her white crown bears the witnessing, and with that word, a compass and Byron, they set them fully softly adown. First sat the god of love, and since his queen, with the right crown, clad in green, and sithen all the remnant by and by, as they were of estate, full courteously. And not a word was spoken in the place, the mountains of a furlong way of space. I, kneeling by this flower, in good intent, abode, to know what this people meant, as still as any stone, till at the last the God of love on me his eyen cast, and said, Who kneeleth there? And I answered unto his asking, when that I it heard, and said, It am I, and came to him near, and saluted him. Quoth he, What dost thou here, so nigh mine owen flower, so boldly? It were better worthy, truly, a worm to nighta near my flower than thou. And why, sir, quoth I, and it liketh you? For thou, quoth he, art thereto nothing able, it is my relic, digna and delectable, and thou my foe, and all my folk worriest, and of mine old servants thou missayest, and hinderest them with thy translation, and lettest folk from their devotion to serve me, and holdest it folly to serve love, thou mayest it not deny. For in plain text, without the need of gloss, thou hast translated the romance of the rose, that is a heresy against my law, and maketh wise folks from me withdraw. And of Cressida thou hast said as the list, that maketh men to women less to trust, that be as true as e'er was any steel. Of thine answer advise thee right weal, for though that thou denied hast my lay, as other wretches have done many a day, by Saint of Venus, that my mother is, if that thou live, thou shalt repent of this, so cruelly that it shall well be seen. Then spake this lady, clothed all in green, and said, God, right of your courtesy, ye might hearken, if he can reply against all this, that ye have to him meaved, a goddess should not be thus aggrieved, but of his deity he shall be stable, and thereto gracious and merciable. And if ye ne'er a God that knoweth all, then might it be, as I you tell shall, this man to you may falsely be accused, whereas by right him ought to be excused. For in your court is many a lusengur, and many a quaint totaler accuser, that tabor in your ears many a sound, right after their imagination, to have your dalliance and for envy. These be the causes, and I shall not lie. Envy is lavender of the court alway, for she departeth neither night nor day out of the house of Caesar, thus saith Dante, whoso that goeth all gate, she shall not want. And eke par entre, for this man is nice, he might do it, guessing no malice, for he useth things for to make, him recketh not of what matter he take. Or he was bidden make thilke tway of some person, and durst it not with say, or him repenteth utterly of this. He hath not done so grievously amiss, to translate what older clerk is right, as though that he of malice would indict, despite of love, and had himself it wrought. This should a righteous lord have in his thought, and not be like tyrants of Lombardy, that have no regard but at tyranny. For he that king or lord is natural, him ought not be tyrant or cruel, as is a farmer to do the harm he can. He must think it is his liegeman, and is his treasure, and his gold in coffer. This is the sentence of the philosopher, a king to keep his lieges in justice, without a doubt that is his office. All will he keep his lords in their degree, as it is right and skilful that they be, enhanced and honored and most dear, for they be halfa in this world here. Yet must he do both right to poor and rich, albeit that their estate be not ylich, and have of poorer folk compassion, for lo, the gentle kind of the lion. For when a fly offendeth him, or biteth, he with his tail away the fly smiteth. All easily, for of his gentry, him deigneth not to wreak on a fly, as doth a cur, or else another beast. In noble courage ought to be arrest, and weigh in everything by equity, and ever have regard to his degree. For, sir, it is no mastery for a lord to damn a man without answer of word, and for a lord that is full foul to use, and it be so he may him not excuse, but asketh mercy with a dreadful heart, and proffereth him right in his bare shirt. To be right at your own judgment, then ought a God, by short advisement, consider his own honor and his trespass, for since no power of death lies in this case, you ought to be the lighter merciable. Let to your ire, and be somewhat tractable. This man hath served you of his cunning, and furthered well your law in his making. Albeit that he cannot well indict, yet hath he made lewd folk delight to serve you in praising of your name. He made the book that hight the house of fame, and eke the death of Blanche the Duchess, and the parliament of fowls, as I guess, and all the love of Palamon and Arcite, of Thebes, though the story is known light. And many a hymn for your holy days, that hight the ballads, roundels, barilles, and for to speak of other holiness, he hath in prose translated boys. And made the life also of Saint Cecile, he made also, gone in a great while, Origines upon the Magdalene, him oughta now to have the less of pain. He hath made many a lay and many a thing. Now as you be a god and eke a king, I your Alcestis, whilom queen of Thrace, I ask you this man, right of your grace, that ye him never heard in all his life, and he shall swear it to you, and that Blythe, he shall no more Egwilton in this wise, but shall maken, as you will him devise, of women true and loving all their life, whereso you will, of maiden or of wife, and further you as much as he missaid, or in the rose, or else in Cressida. The god of love answered her anon. Madame, quoth he, it is so long agone, that I you knew, so charitable and true, that never yet, since that the world was new, to me ne found I better none than ye. If that I woulda save my degree, I may nor will not warne your request. All lies in you, do with him as you lest. I all forgive without the longer space, for he who gives a gift, or doth a grace, do it betimes, his think is well the more. And deem ye what he shall do therefore. Go thank now my lady here, quoth he. I rose, and down I set me on my knee, and said thus, Madame, the God above, for yield to you that ye, the God of love, have made me his wrath to forgive, and grace so longa for to live, that I may know soothly what ye be, that have me helped and put in this degree, but truly I weened, as in this case, not to have a guilt, nor done to love trespass. For why, a true man, without the dread, hath not to part with a thief's deed? Nor a true lover ought me to blame, though that I spoke a false lover some shame. They ought to rather with me for to hold, for that I of Cressida wrote or told, or of the rose, whatso mine author meant. Algate, God wot, it was mine intent to further truth and love, and it cherice, and to beware from falseness and from vice. By such example, this was my meaning. And she answered, Let be thine arguing, for love will not counterpleaded be in right nor wrong, and learn of that of me. Thou hast thy grace, and hold thee right thereto. Now will I say what penance thou shalt do for thy trespass, and understand it here. Thou shalt, while thou that livest year by year, the most a party of thine time spend in making of a glorious legend of good women, maidens, and wives, that were true and loving all their lives, and tell of false men that them betray, that all their life do not but assay how many women that they may do a shame. For in your world that is now held a game. And though thou like not a lover be, speak well of love, this penance give I thee. And to the God of love I shall so pray, that he shall charge his servants by any way to further thee, and well thy labor quite. Go now thy way, thy penance is but light. And when this book you make, give it to the Queen on my behalf, at Eltham or at Sheen. The God of love gan smile, and then he said, Knowest thou, quoth he, whether this be wife or maid, or queen, or countess, or of what degree, that hath so little penance given thee, that hath deserved sorely for to smart? But pity runneth soon in gentle heart, that mayest thou see she chideth what she is. And I answered, Nay, sir, so have I bliss, no more but that I see well she is good. That is a true tale, by my hood, quoth love, and that she knowest well, pardie. If it be so that thou adviseth thee, hast thou not a book liest in thy chest, the great goodness of the Queen Alceste, that turned was into a daisy, she that for her husband chose to die, and eke to go to hell rather than he, and Hercules rescued her, pardie, and brought her out of hell again to bliss. And I answered again and said, Yes, now know I her, and is this good Alceste the daisy, and mine own heart's rest? Now feel I well the goodness of this wife, that both after her death and in her life, her great bounty doubleth her renown. Well hath she quit me mine affection, that I have to her flower the daisy. No wonder is though Jove her stellify, as telleth Agathon, for her goodness. Her white crown bears of it witness, for all so many virtues had a she, as small a flowerins in her crown a be. In remembrance of her and in honor, Sibyl made the daisy, and the flower, you crown it all with white, as men may see, and Mars gave her a crown of red, pardie, instead of rubies set among the white. Therewith this queen waxed red for shame a light, when she was praised so in her presence. Then said a love, A full great negligence was it to thee, that ilk time thou made hide Absalom thy tresses in ballade, that thou forgot her in thy song to set, since that thou art so greatly in her debt, and knowest well that calendar is she to any woman that will love her be. For she taught all the craft of true loving, and namely of wifehood the living, and all the boundes that she ought to keep. Thy little wit was stilke time asleep, but now I charge thee upon thy life, that in thy legend thou make of this wife, when thou hast other small you made before. And fare now well, I charge thee no more, But ere I go, thus much I will thee tell, never shall no true lover come in hell. These other ladies sitting here a row be in my ballad, if thou canst them know. And in thy bookas all thou shalt them find, have them in thy legend now all in mind. I mean of them that be in thy knowing, for here be 20,000 more sitting than that thou knowest, good of women all. And true of love, for aught they may befall, make the meters of them as thee lest. I must go home, the sun draweth west, to paradise with all this company, and serve alway the fresher daisy. At Cleopatra I will that thou begin, and so forth, and my love so shalt thou win. For let's see now what man that lover be, will do so strong a pain for love as she. I wot well that thou mayest not all it rhyme, that such a lovers didn't in their time. It were too long to read'n and to hear. Suffice me thou make in this manner, that thou rehearse of all their life the great, after these old authors list for to treat. For whoso shall so many a story tell, say shortly, or he shall too long a dwell. And with that word my bookas gan I take, and write thus on my legend gan I make. Thus endeth the prologue. End of section 48, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Section 49 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Mauls Byron. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Chaucer's A.B.C. Chaucer's A.B.C. called La Prière de Notre Dame. Note: Chaucer's A.B.C., a prayer to the Virgin in 23 verses, beginning with the letters of the alphabet in their order, is said to have been written, quote, at the request of Blanche, Duchess of Lancaster, as a prayer for her private use, being a woman in her religion very devout. End quote. It was first printed in Specht's edition of 1597. End note. Note: La Prière de Notre Dame, French, the Prayer of Our Lady. End note. A. Almighty and all-merciable Queen, to whom all this world fleeth for succour, to have release of sin, of sorrow, of teen, glorious Virgin, of all flowers flower, to thee I flee, confounded in error. Help and relieve, almighty debonair. Have mercy of my perilous languor. Vanquished me hath my cruel adversaire. B. Bounty so fixed hath in thy heart his tent, that well I wot thou wilt my succour be. Thou canst not warn that with good intent asketh thy help, thy heart is aye so free. Thou art largesse of plain felicity, haven and refuge of quiet and rest. Lo, how that thieves 7 chase me! Help, Lady Bright, ere that my ship to Brest. Note: Thieves 7, i.e., the 7 deadly sins. End note. C. Comfort is none but in you, lady dear, for lo, my sin and my confusion, which ought not in thy presence to appear, have ta'en on me a grievous action, of very right and desperation, and as by right they mighte well sustain, that I were worthy my damnation, nay, were it mercy of you, blissful queen. D. Doubt is there none, Queen of Misericorde, that thou art cause of grace and mercy here. God vouchsafed through thee with thus t'accord, for certes Christus blissful mother dear. Were now the bow y-bent in such maniere, as it was first of justice and of ire, The rightful God would of no mercy hear, but through thee have we grace as we desire. E. Ever hath my hope of refuge in thee be, for here before full oft in many a wise unto mercy hast thou received me. But mercy, Lady, at the great assize, when we shall come before the high justice, so little fruit shall then in me be found, that thou ere that day correct me, of very right my work will me confound. F. Flying I flee for succour to thy tent, me for to hide from tempest full of dread, beseeching you that ye you not absent, though I be wick. O help yet at this need. All have I been a beast in wit and deed, yet, Lady, thou me close in with thy grace. Thine enemy and mine, Lady, take heed. Unto my death in point is me to chase. G. Gracious maid and mother, which that never wert bitter nor in eartha nor in sea, but full of sweetness and of mercy ever, help that my father be not wroth with me. Speak thou, for I ne dare him to see. So have I done in earth, alas the while, that certes but if thou my succour be, to sink etern he will my ghost exile. Note: Mary's name recalls the waters of Mara, or bitterness, Exodus chapter 15, verse 23, or the prayer of Naomi in her grief that she might be called not Naomi, but Mara, Ruth chapter 1, verse 20. Mary, however, is understood to mean exalted. End note. H. He vouchsafed tell him, as was his will, become a man, as for our alliance, and with his blood he wrote that blissful bill upon the cross as general acquittance to every penitent in full crayons. And therefore, Lady bright, thou for us pray. Then shalt thou stenten Allah his grievance, and make our foe to failen of his prey. Note: stenten, put an end to. End note. I wot well thou wilt be our succour. Thou art so full of bounty, in certain. For when a soul falleth in error, thou pity goeth and haileth him again. Then makest thou his peace with his sovereign, and bringest him out of the crooked street. Whoso thee loveth shall not love in vain. That shall he find, as he the life shall lead. Note: when he leaves life. End note. K. Calendares illumined be they, that in this world be lightened with thy name, and whoso goeth with thee the right way, him shall not dread in sola to be lame. Now, Queen of Comfort, since thou art the same to whom I seek for my medicine, let not my foe no more my wound entame, my heel into thy hand all I resign. Note: Calendares illumined, brilliant exemplars. End note. L. Lady, thy sorrow can I not portray under that cross, nor his grievous penance, but for your both's pain I you do pray. Let not our aller foe make his boastance, that he hath in his listis with mischance convict that ye both have bought so dear. As I said erst, thou ground of all substance, continue on us thy piteous eyen clear. Note: aller foe, the foe of us all, Satan. End note. M. Moses that saw the bush of flames red burning, of which then never a stick brenned, was sign of thine unwemmed maidenhead. Thou art the bush on which there gan descend the Holy Ghost, the which that Moses wend had been on fire, and this was in figure. Now, lady, from the fire us do defend, which that in hell eternally shall dure. Note: a typical representation. See the Prioress's Tale, 3rd stanza. End note. N. Noble princess that never hadst peer, certes if any comfort in us be, that cometh of thee, Christe's mother dear. We have none other melody nor glee, us to rejoice in our adversity, nor advocate, that will and dare so pray for us, and for as little hire as ye, that help for an Ave Mary or tway. O. O very light of eyen that be blind, O very lust of labour and distress, O treasurer of bounty to mankind, the whom God chose to mother for humbless. From his ansil he made thee mistress of heaven and earth, our billis up to Bede. This world awaiteth ever on thy goodness, for thou ne failedst never white at need. Note: the reference, evidently, is to Luke chapter 1, verse 38, Ecce ancilla Domini, behold the handmaid of the Lord, the Virgin's humble answer to Gabriel at the Annunciation. End note. P. Purpose I have some time for to enquire wherefore and why the Holy Ghost thee sought. When Gabrielus' voice came to thine ear, he not to war us such a wonder wrought, but for to save us that sithens us bought. Then needeth us no weapons us to save, but only where we did not as we ought, do penitence, and mercy ask and have. Q. Queen of comfort, right when I me bethink that I a guilt have both a him and thee, and that my soul is worthy for to sink. Alas, I caitiff, whither shall I flee? Who shall unto my son my Mina be? Who but thyself, that art of pity well? Thou hast more ruth on our adversity than in this world might any tongue tell. R. Redress me, mother, and eke me chastise, for certainly my father's chastising I dare not abide in no wise, so hideous is his full reckoning. Mother, of whom our joy began to spring, be ye my judge, and eke my soulless leech, for I in you is pity abounding, to each that will of pity you beseech. S. Sooth is it that he granteth no pity without thee, for God of his goodness forgiveth none, but it like unto thee. He hath thee made vicar and mistress thee, of all this world, and eke governess of heaven, and represseth his justice after thy will, and therefore in witness he hath thee crowned in so royal wise. T. Temple devout, where God chose his wanning, from which these misbelieved deprived be, to you my soul penitent I bring. Receive me, for I can no farther flee, with thornous venomous, O heaven's queen, for which the earth accursed was full yore. I am so wounded, as ye may well see, that I am lost almost, it smart so sore. V. Virgin, that art so noble of apparel, that leadest us into the high tower of paradise, thou me wis and conseil, how I may have thy grace and thy succour. All have I been in filth and in error, Lady, on that country thou me adjourn, that called is thy bench of freshe flower, there as that mercy ever shall sojourn. X. Christe thy Son, that in this world alight, upon a cross, to suffer his passion, and suffered eke that Longius his heart pite, and made his hearte blood to run adown. And all this was for my salvation, and I to him am false and eke unkind. And yet he wills not my damnation. This I thank you, succour of all mankind. Note: XPE represents the Greek letters chi, rho, epsilon, and is a contraction for Christe. End note. Note: according to tradition, the soldier who struck the Saviour to the heart with his spear was named Longius, and was blind, but, touching his eyes by chance with the mingled blood and water that flowed down the shaft upon his hands, he was instantly restored to sight. End note. Why? Isak was figure of his death certain, that so far forth his father would obey, that him ne wrought to nothing to be slain, right so thy son list as a lamb today. Now, Lady full of mercy, I you pray, since he his mercy shured me so large, be ye not scant, for all we sing and say that ye be from vengeance alway our targe. Note: targe, shield, defense. End note. Z. Zachary you calleth the open well that washed sinful soul out of his guilt. Therefore this lesson out I will to tell, that ne'er thy tender hearte we were spilt. Now, Lady brighte, since thou canst and wilt be to the seed of Adam merciable, bring us unto that palace that is built to penitence that be to mercy able. Explicit. Note: quote, in that day there shall be a fountain opened to the house of David, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, for sin and for uncleanness. Zechariah chapter 8, verse 1. End note. End of section 49.
Section 50 of The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. A Goodly Ballad of Chaucer, no longer believed to have been written by Chaucer. A Goodly Ballad of Chaucer, open angle bracket 1, closed angle bracket. Mother of nurture, best beloved of all, and fresh flower, to whom good thrift God send your child, if it lust, please, you me so to call, all be I, although I be, unable myself so to pretend, to your discretion I recommend my heart and all, with every circumstance, all wholly to be under your governance. Most desire I, and have and ever shall, thing which might your heart's ease amend, have me excused, my power is but small. Nathless of right, ye ought to commend my good will, which fame would attend, attend, strive, to do you service. For my suffisance, contentment, is wholly to be under your governance. Mieux on in heart which never shall appall, open angle bracket 2, closed angle bracket. I, fresh and new, and right glad to dispend my time in your service, What so befall, beseeching your excellence to defend my simpleness, if ignorance offend in any wise, since that mine affiance is wholly to be under your governance. Daisy of light, very ground of comfort, the sun's daughter ye light, as I read, for when he westereth, farewell your disport, by your nature alone, right for pure dread of the rude night, that with his boisterous weed, rude garment, of darkness shadoweth our hemisphere. Then close ye, my life's lady dear. Dawneth the day unto his kind resort, and Phoebus your father, with his streams red, adorns the morrow, consuming the sort, crowd, of misty clouds, that would overlaid true humble hearts with their misty head, dimness, mistiness. New comfort adawes, dawns, awakens, when your iron clear disclose and spread my life's lady dear. Je voudrais, I would wish, but the great God disposeth, and maketh casual, by his providence, such thing as man's frail wit purposeth, all for the best, if that your conscience not grudge it, but in humble patience it receive. For God saith, without fable, a faithful heart ever is acceptable. Code delens, cautious speeches, whoso useth gladly, glosseth, deceiveth. To eschew such it is right high prudence. What ye said one's mine heart opposeth, that my writing japes, jests, coarse stories, in your absence, pleased you much better than my presence. Yet can I more, ye be not excusable. A faithful heart is ever acceptable. Quaketh my pen, my spirit supposeth that in my writing ye will find offence. Mine heart welketh, withers, faints. Thus, anon it riseth, now hot, now cold, and after in fervence. That is amiss, is caused of negligence, and not of malice, therefore be merciable. A faithful heart is ever acceptable. L'envoi. Fourth, complaint. Fourth, lacking eloquence. Fourth, little letter, of inditing lame. I have besought my lady's sapience on thy behalf, to accept in game thine inability. Do thou the same. Abide, have more yet. Je serve joyesse. I serve joy. Now forth, I close thee in holy Venus's name. Thee shall unclose my heart's governess. Footnote. Notes to a Goodly Ballad of Chaucer. 1. This elegant little poem is believed to have been addressed to Margaret, Countess of Pembroke, in whose name Chaucer found one of those opportunities of praising the daisy he never lost. Open parentheses. Transcriber's note. Modern scholars believe that Chaucer was not the author of this poem. Close parentheses. 2. Mieux un heart which never shall appall, better one who in heart shall never pall, whose love will never weary. End footnote. End of section 50. Section 51 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. A Ballad Sent to King Richard. A Ballad Sent to King Richard. Sometime this world was so steadfast and stable that man's word was held obligation, and now it is so false and deceivable, deceitful, that word and work, as in conclusion, be nothing one, For turned up so down is all this world, through meed, bribery, and willfulness, that all is lost for lack of steadfastness. What makes this world to be so variable, but lust, pleasure, that folk have in dissension? For nowadays a man is held unable, fit for nothing, but if, unless he can, by some collusion, fraud, trick, do his neighbour wrong or oppression. What causeth this but wilful wretchedness, that all is lost for lack of steadfastness? Truth is put down, reason is holden fable, virtue hath now no domination, pity exiled, no wight is merciable, through covetise is blent, blinded, discretion. The world hath made permutation from right to wrong, from truth to fickleness, that all is lost for lack of steadfastness. L'Envoy. O Prince, desire to be honourable, cherish thy folk, and hate extortion. Suffer nothing that may be reprovable, a subject of reproach. To thine estate, done in thy region, kingdom, show forth the sword of castigation. Dread God, do law, love thorough worthiness, and wed thy folk again to steadfastness. End of section 51.
Section 52 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. L'Envoy of Chaucer to Bukton. My master Bukton, when of Christ our King was asked, what is truth or soothfastness, he not a word answered to that asking. As who saith, no man is all true, I guess. And therefore, though I highted to express the sorrow and woe that is in marriage, I dare not write of it no wickedness, lest I myself fall eft in such dotage. I will not say how that it is a chain of Satanas, on which he gnaweth ever, but I dare say, were he out of his pain, as by his will he would be bounden never. But thilke doted fool that eft had lever ye chained be, than out of prison creep, God let him never from his woe dissever, nor no man him bewaile, though he weep. But yet, lest thou do worse, take a wife. Bet is to wed than burn in worse wise, but thou shalt have sorrow on thy flesh thy life, and be thy wife's thrall, as say these wise. And if that holy writ may not suffice, experience shall thee teache, so mayhap, that thee were levered to be taken in fries, than eft to fall of wedding in the trap. This little writ, proverbs or figure, I send to you, take keep of it, I read. Unwise is he that can no weal endure, if thou be sicker, put thee not in dread. The wife of Bath, I pray you that you read of this matter, which that we have on hand. God grant to you your life freely to lead, in freedom, for full hard is to be bond. End of section 52, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Section 53 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Timbray Shafer, The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. A Ballad of Gentleness. The first stock father of gentleness, what man desireth gentle for to be, must follow his trace, and all his wittes dress, virtue to love, and vices for to flee. For unto virtue longeth dignity,
and not the reverse safely dare I deem, all where he meet a crown or diadem. The first stock was full of righteousness, true of his word, sober, pious, and free, clean of his ghost, and loved business, against the vice of sloth in honesty. And but his heir love virtue as did he is not gentle, though he riche seem, all where he meet a crown or diadem. Vice may well be heir to old riches, but there may no man, as men may well see, bequeath his heir his virtuous noblesse, that is appropriate to no degree, but to the first father in majesty, which makes him heire him that doth him queem, all where he meet a crown or diadem. End of section 53.
Section 54 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rowley. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. A Complaint of Chaucer to his Purse. The Complaint of Chaucer to his Purse. To you, my purse, and to none other wight, complain I, for ye be my lady dear. I am sorry now that ye be so light, for certes ye now make me heavy cheer. Me were as lief be laid upon my bier, for which unto your mercy thus I cry, be heavy again, or else must I die. Now vouchsafe this day, ere it be night, that I of you the blissful sound may hear, or see your colour like the sun bright, that of yellowness had appear. Ye be my life, ye be my heart's steer, rudder, queen of comfort and of good company, be heavy again, or else must I die. Now purse, that art to me my life's light, and savour as down in this world here, out of this town help me through your might, since that you will not be my treasurere, for I am shave as nigh as any frere. Open angle bracket 1, close angle bracket. But now I pray unto your courtesy, be heavy again, or else must I die. Chaucer's Envoy to the King. O conqueror of brutes Albion, open angle bracket 2, close angle bracket, which by lineage and free election be very king, this song to you I send, and ye which may all mine harm amend, have mind upon my supplication. Footnote. Notes to the Complaint of Chaucer to his Purse. 1. I am shave as nigh as any frere, i.e., I am as bare of coin as a friar's tonsure of hair. 2. Brute, or Brutus, was the legendary first king of Britain. End footnote. End of section 54.
Section 55 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Timbray Shafer. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Good Counsel of Chaucer. Flee from the press, and dwell with soothfastness. Suffice thee thy good, though it be small. For hoard hath hate, and climbing tickleness. Press hath envy, and weal is blent o'er all. Savour no more than thee behove shall. Read well thyself, that other folk canst read. And truth thee shall deliver, it is no dread. Pain thee not each crooked to redress, in trust of her that turneth as a ball. Great rest standeth in little business, Beware also to spurn against a nail. Strive not, as doth a crocker with a wall. Deem thyself, that deemest others' deed, and truth thee shall deliver. It is no dread. What thee is sent, receive in buxomness. The resting of this world asketh a fall. Here is no home, here is but wilderness. Forth, pilgrim, forth, a beast, out of thy stall. Look up on high, and thank thy God of all. Wave thy lust, and let thy ghost thee lead, and truth thee shall deliver. It is no dread. End of section 55. Section 56 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Timbray Shafer. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Proverbs of Chaucer. What should these clothes thus manifold? Lo, this hot summer's day! After great heat cometh cold. No man cast his pilcher away. Of all this world the large compass will not in mine arms twain. Who so much a will embrace, little thereof he shall distrain. The world so wide, the air so remuable, the silly man so little of stature. The green of ground and clothing so mutable, the fire so hot and subtile of nature. The water never in one, what creature that made is of these four, thus flitting, may steadfast be as here in his living. The more I go, the farther I am behind, the farther behind, the nearer my war's end. The more I seek, the worse can I find, the lighter leave, the lother for to wend. The better I live, the more out of mind. Is this fortune? Not I, or infortune, though I go loose, tied am I with a loin. End of section 56.
Section 57 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Virelais, no longer believed to have been written by Chaucer. Virelais, open angle bracket 1, close angle bracket. Alone, walking in thought planing, and sore sighing, all desolate, me remembering of my living, my death wishing both early and late. Infortunate is so my fate, that, what you wot, out of measure my life I hate. Thus desperate, in such poor estate, do I endure. Of other cure am I not sure. Thus to endure is hard, certain, such is my yore. Asterisk, asterisk, destiny, open angle bracket 2, close angle bracket. I you insure. What creature may have more pain? My truth so plain is taken in vain, and great disdain and remembrance. Yet I full fain would me complain, me to abstain from this penance. But in substance, none allegiance, asterisk, asterisk, alleviation, of my grievance can I not find. Right so my chance, with displeasance, doth me advance, and thus an end. Footnote. Notes to Virelais. 1. Open parentheses. Transcriber's note. Modern scholars believe that Chaucer was not the author of this poem. Close parentheses. 2. Your, quote, unquote, or destiny, the same word that enters into, quote, bonheur, unquote, and, quote, malheur, unquote, open parentheses. French, happiness and unhappiness. Close parentheses. End footnote. End of section 57.
Section 58 of the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by JessiB. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, Since I From Love. Since I from love escaped am so fat, I ne'er think to be in his prison ta'en. Since I am free, I count him not a bean. He may answer and say this and that. I do no force, I speak right as I mean. Since I from love escaped am so fat. Love hath my name struck out of his slat, and he is struck out of my books clean for evermore. There is none other mean, since I from love escaped am so fat. End of section 58. Read by JessiB, June 13th, 2023.
Section 59 of The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rowley. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Chaucer's Words to his Scrivener, and Chaucer's Prophecy, no longer believed to have been written by Chaucer. Chaucer's Words to his Scrivener. Adam, scrivener, if ever it thee befall Boyce or Troilus for to write anew, under thy long locks thou mayst have the skull, scab, but, after my making, according to my composing, thou write more true. So oft a day I must thy work renew, it to correct, and eke to rub and scrape, and all is through thy negligence and rape, haste. Chaucer's Prophecy, (1) When priests, fallen in their saws, come short of their profession, and lords turn God's laws against the right, and lechery is holden as privy solace, secret delight, and robbery as free purchase. Beware then of ill. Then shall the land of Albion turn to confusion, as sometime it befell. Ora pro Anglia Sancta Maria, quod Thomas Cantuaria, (2) Sweet Jesus, heaven's King, fair and best of all thing, you bring us out of this mourning, to come to thee at our ending. Footnote. Notes to Chaucer's Prophecy. 1. Transcriber's note. Modern scholars believe that Chaucer was not the author of this poem. End footnote. End of section 59. End of The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems by Geoffrey Chaucer.